it obviously makes more sense. Like YouTube's more like a video repository kind of site, as opposed to Twitch, which doesn't really have great, like VOD capacity in comparison to YouTube. So
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. And in case on Twitch you just go live again. It's like, okay, you have
Yes.
2 streams, but who cares? Nobody cares. Yeah, it's really like for the is it 1 video or is it 2 videos at the end?
Yes. True. Okay. Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Is it? Hold
Yeah,
on.
it was actually funny. I talked with a YouTube engineer about this.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. In one of the invoices for Super Chat was a here you can give feedback and stuff, and I got to ask a few questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why are you messing up my Yoshi's stream, huh? What's all these technical issues? No, that's cool though.
I mean,
That's
yeah,
cool.
it's normal.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
happens. All right. Live now. So should be starting. I mean, I'm just at the moment we're just in the lobby. So Unity chat's gonna get to me once the game actually starts, and then that's at the point where I can go in and then we can go spectate everybody. But welcome. Hope everybody out there is doing well. This is the first KFP game night that I've been able to join, but we are here playing Age of Empires 2 with a whole bunch of different members of the KFP Discord, and I am joined here today with Dominic. Welcome, Dominic. How are you?
Thank you very much. I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm going well. I woke up a little bit early, because like I was chatting with Unity Chat, who's the one organizing all of this, and he's like, "Oh, what's a time that works for everybody?" I was like, "Oh yeah, it'll be this time, it'll be that time," and like he said originally it would be 9 p.m. CET, and I was like, "Oh, that's 7 a.m." But one of the members, one of the people inside the Discord was like, "Oh, I'm heading out that night. Can we delay for like half an hour?" And in my head, I was just like, "Yes, I could sleep in a little bit more." That was good. But no, I'm doing well actually. I'm in pretty good spirits. Like Age of Empires is a game that I used to play a very, very long time ago. I have very fond memories, and it's actually the game that sparked my interest in history in general. So I'm really glad to see it, sort of get so many second leases on life in the community, and here in the VTubing fan community as well. It's good to see. It's good to see. But yeah, how are you doing today? How's the weekend been so far for you, man?
Weekend has been pretty good.
That's good. Have you got any plans or anything like that? Because for us, we have a long weekend right now, so I'm just sort of chilling. But on your end, is it just like an ordinary weekend, or have you got like any holidays coming up before Christmas or anything like that?
Holidays? I don't think so actually, but I've been on vacation last weekend.
Oh,
which was really nice. And
Nice.
yeah, and this weekend I'm pretty packed with fan projects. And now we are doing an Age of Empires 2, whatever we are doing today. I'm already excited.
That's good. So no, that's cool. So did you so when you say that you had a little bit of holiday, did you get to travel any places, or was it just like, just resting at home, or like, what did you get up to the last week? Oh, and that if you don't mind me asking.
Oh, no, it's fine. I've been to Italy actually with a few friends, and we've been doing a quad tour. At the last day with great weather, it was summer. It was all actually pretty warm, like 23 degrees.
Oh, okay.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually like, yeah, that's really nice temperature, like between 20-25. So, you can sort of like see like the nice, it's like nice and sunny, but it's not to the point where, you start to get sweaty. So that sounds like beautiful conditions, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. But yeah, so out of curiosity, what's your experience with like Age of Empires as well? Are you someone like me who's like heavy on the nostalgia train with it all, or what's your experience with it?
I'm totally on the nostalgia train.
Hell yeah.
I haven't played it very much, to be honest, and I'm not really good. But I have experience with T90 farms and all of the MBL
Oh,
shenanigans and
very
a few
nice.
of the Woolulus and the other Woolulus.
Yes,
So
hell yeah.
yeah, it's like like I think I have enabled the small tree mod like 500 times, and I've played like 20. So
Oh, okay.
that's the amount of nostalgia I have.
That's good. That's good. Like the T90 stuff. I remember when I don't know. This was still back before the definitive edition came out. This was back because I had a group of friends, and Unity Chat was part of this group actually, about 10-ish years ago. And we all had like a collective phase where we had like weekly AoE games. And I think it was around that time, like maybe like 5-10 years ago, where like I got into a little bit of T90 stuff. And, just, I don't know, like it wasn't even the live pro commentary that really attracted me to like his YouTube channel and like his content. It was more like the random games, like the random replays that he would, shoutcast, because there'd be a lot of like funny, sort of niche situations that he would showcase. But well, yeah, with regards to AoE, yeah, I don't know. Like I've never really gotten into like the ranked and competitive side of things. But yeah, I had that friend group, a number of years ago, and we almost had like sort of weekly kind of AoE 2 set of games. So that's what it actually reminds me of, what we're doing here tonight with KFP. Okay, so I just got the message that we are starting. So we're going to go ahead and look it up. And oh, here we go. Unfortunately, we can't spectate with capture age, but we can go ahead and spectate the game. So just look up KFP and then we can say, oh, wait, this match is no longer available to spectate. Ah, what is this? What are we doing? No longer available. Hold on. Available to spectate. Oh no, it's all ogre. Hold on. I'm gonna go back in. I'm gonna reload the menu.
Yeah, so that's a good thing with all of that AoE 2 and the VTubing sphere. This is scuff. This is foreign to Age of Empires, but it's very common to us. We are used to something like this. And
Yes.
to be fair, I haven't talked enough about this nice spectator browser feature. I didn't know that either, that you have to have the game already be started
Yes.
and then connect to it afterwards. This is, how do we say, usability or anti-usability? It really feels like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
With an error code of 0x0000002. This definitely is exactly
Yeah,
what
the
I was
error
expecting. An advertisement start observing event.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the developers really wanted to implement the true nostalgia experience, right? You want the game of, the year 2000. Well, you'll get the stability and netcode of the year 2000 as well. Bam, there you go. No, but I also just got a message from Unity chat saying, "Oh, the lobby crashed." I was like, "Oh no, oh no." I hope.
Oh no.
I know. So they might have to reset the lobby. So I hope everybody watching is a little patient with us. But I mean, come on, like if we really think about it, right? If we really think about it, KFP is a HoloLive English fan community, right? So starting 45 minutes after starting time, like that's not. Like we're used to this, right? We're used to this.
Exactly. That's why there is no starting time. This is all pre-chat. This is still like just voice pre-chat. Don't worry about this. It's just like the behind-the-scenes exclusive experience of setting something like this up. It is high tech. It's pretty hard because this is not a one-on-one game, but it will be actually 6 participants.
Yes.
And it's from all over the world too. So yeah.
Yeah.
Just
100%.
thinking about the network stack. Yeah.
Oh, it happens. It happens. And look, yeah, exactly right, Dominic. Like, when you're organizing people from, all parts of the world, there's bound to be technical issues that happen from time to time. But the main thing is that we're all here together. We're all here waiting patiently, and we're all here together. Now, hold on. Let's see. Moondog is in chat. Hello, hello, and hello to people in chat in general. Hello. I used to play long ago for the custom skirmishes and the campaign, like 2003. Yeah, the original game. I don't know if I should be saying this on YouTube. I might get my account, just completely banned. But I don't know if I should say this. But when I originally got the game, I actually got like a hacked version of the game. I didn't get it legitimately originally. And so, you have, and this was a different era, man. This was a different time because, like, you go to like a local market, and then they have, they have ROMs and everything, and then so you just get like hacked versions of the game. Permissions lost. Oh, it's over. But yeah, and I remember getting like the original version of the game like that. My dad got it for me. And it wasn't until they released the Conquerors expansion, and then I wanted to play that, but it didn't work with my freaking hacked CD-ROM. So that's when I got the game legitimately. I went back and got Age of Kings legitimately. I begged my dad, and then I got Conquerors as well. And so, yeah, I don't know. Like, when you think of that, I'm just thinking like, oh yeah, I never actually got the game legitimately for a while. But Moondog says, I was more into Age of Mythology though. Age of Mythology was fun. I think that, and I don't know, Dom, if you've played a lot of RTS of that time, like the early 2000s kind of thing. But I feel like the stories of a lot of RTS games are a little underrated. So, Age of Mythology, and the one that really sticks out to me is like Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos, Frozen Throne. Were you into those sorts of games, Dom?
I actually was into those games. I hope you can still hear me.
Yes,
I just changed my microphone after somebody said like there was a buzzing voice.
So no, I can hear you fine. You're very clear.
Better now.
Yeah.
Ah, perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, I actually was I started with Warcraft 3 actually.
Oh, nice. So did you ever have
at the times when Dota was still a mod?
Oh my god, yes, when Dota was still a mod. I remember my cousins were really into it, and then I remember at the time I was like, this looks like a fun, side game mode, but this is never gonna take off compared to the official game.
Yeah, same for me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and how wrong we were. It was so much fun.
It was. But yeah, I remember having those thoughts, and I was like, but it's not gonna be, it's not gonna be, like they're not gonna make anything from this. Like it's all about, Warcraft 4, right? It's all about Warcraft 4. Just waiting for that to come out, and I don't know. I'm still waiting.
I'm still waiting too. Yeah, it's like, but it's nice that while we are waiting, we are still connected, and it's a bit of a wonder because we are as far across as we can possibly be on this earth, I think. You don't mind me asking where you are actually streaming from right now, right?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm from Australia, so that is where I'm streaming from. If the accent didn't give it away, I am Australian, and I am streaming from Australia. So you can actually see, like, on the side with the connection quality, thankfully, we won't need to connect to Brazil because, as you can see, the latency going there is not the best, right? It's not the best. And in general, there are a lot of memes about Australian internet. I have to inform you all, most of them are true. So,
just a heads up. You might want to refresh the spectator browser. The game started.
Okay, the game. Oh, geez. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't get a message from Unity chat. SMH my head. All right, so let's get into the long-awaited game. And so we have 6 players. We have, on team 1. Okay. Let's undo the fog of war, and then we can take a look at the different team members. So we have here, we've got Crayons, King Harlaus. What? That's an NPC name, isn't it? Do we have an NPC in here? Sorry.
King Harlaus is Squatter.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah.
koala.
That's koala.
It's koala.
Oh no.
Um,
I got baited.
Yeah, so Krusty, it seems I'm still very cracky. If it isn't hearable on your end, it may be
It may be-
some weird.
Maybe my. Oh, if it's my OBS, because I've isolated Discord into its own
Oh,
audio
yeah.
sound. So hold on.
Yeah,
Let-
yeah, you own send. chat,
yes, let me.
Yes, I will just talk. Even just goes over the wet, which would explain the crackling noises or like because this microphone actually is kind of sensitive. So I mean, you could also like lower my, or I could lower my output volume, but I don't know if that is actually the issue.
Hold on. Give me just a second. Sorry.
Sure.
Figuring out.
I will even give you more in a second. So when you talked about like Australia, the interesting tidbit is like from a German perspective, Australia is like the farthest place you could ever think of. Like,
I see.
and to be fair, I've met so many nice Aussies over the whole Hololive fan experience. So yeah, this is really something that I never expected in my life, to connect to people on the other side of the earth.
Yeah.
It is supposed to be getting summer now for you, right?
We're actually in yes, we're getting towards summer. So I don't like. I guess for you, you'd be like heading into winter, but yes, we will be heading into summer. So we're in spring at the moment, and the conditions are very 50-50, if I don't mind saying, because some days they're really nice and then other days it feels like we're back in winter. But it looks like the audio has been fixed to some extent. The volume is way louder now. I think I've taken care of that, hopefully. So anyway, we'll get into the game. Hopefully your microphone is coming across okay, Dom, and I feel like it should be.
You can just like lower my microphone a bit, because after I changed it, this one is way more sensitive.
Okay.
So yeah, like Sadar said, just lower. And for everybody on the stream too, you will hear us like about a minute in the past.
Yes.
So
There is a little
don't worry
bit.
if. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay, but this is good for us because we can then predict basically your
Potential
message.
actions.
Not
yes.
really. Yes.
So we have the two teams, and right now we can see, everybody's still building in the Dark Age. We can sort of see some lines there, and then so that indicates a kind of safe zone, because I believe they're having a treaty period of 10 to 15 minutes, wherein the different factions or the different players aren't able to attack each other. So this gives people a little bit of early respite to be able to, build up their economy and start to progress through the ages. And we can see Crayons has their scout, and they are moving around trying to scout the area. And reminder, this is a 3 versus 3, so we have 3 players versus 3 players. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. How does it? I need to get used to the UI. I need to get used to the UI because I'm not 100% sure. It's like, where do we check the players again? So it looks like. Okay, so it's like JP with Koala and Crayons against Candle, Space Waterfall, and Blue. So it looks like that's going to be the different teams, and we can start to see, okay, Crayons has already started mining gold a little bit. We're still in the Dark Age, and then we can see Candle and Space. They're focusing primarily on food and wood. As for Blue, same with that. Sheep obviously probably are the easiest food to get at the beginning, just because you don't need to build any additional, buildings like the mill in order to act as a gathering point. And so we can see with JP or Unity Chad, he's already started moving out, and he might be hunting some ibex potentially. So we go down here to Koala. Koala has a couple of sheep under the town center, and he's got the mill up, so they're gathering berries. And he's already heavily going into stone and gold, so in the Dark Age, going for early resource collection. And we've already seen Crayons. Crayons is building a barracks right away. Is he? I don't think he would be, just because of the time, but you know, he could potentially build up a very early military if he wanted to. I think he's the first player to build a military building so far. And so I'm not sure. Are you independently inside this game, spectating Dom, or are you relying on the stream just out of curiosity?
So I'm actually with you on the stream.
Oh, okay.
On the side, but that's actually fine. I do have one on an instance on the side.
Okay.
And like you said, the beginning seems pretty interesting to me. Like I'm not that well versed into the game. But so far nobody accidentally deleted the town portal. Like, hey.
Well, I mean, yes, nobody accidentally, unless you play, unless you play as the Persians and you intentionally delete your town center.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it could have been a rush.
Yes, it could have been.
I cannot judge the skill level of our participants tonight.
And it's hard to say because, well, there's only 5 minutes left in the treaty. And we can see actually that Candle is already advancing to feudal. I think he's the first one so far. Everybody else seems to be pretty entrenched in Dark Age, but it looks like Candle is going for the quick research upgrade. But just for reference, the joke about, deleting town centers. There is a very meme strat that you can run as the Persians, where you can delete your own town center and then plant it inside the enemy's base. And then what that does is that, it makes the enemy unable to sort of build up their economy. So you just, cripple them from the onset. But obviously we're not going to be seeing, strategies like that in this kind of more casual kind of game, more casual environment. So we can see actually that we have 3 players that are currently researching feudal. So first, we mentioned earlier, Candle's already just hit feudal, and we also have Space Waterfall and Blue researching feudal age as well. So yeah, this map is Black Forest, I believe. We can see, okay, so we can see that Koala started to wall himself off a little, and very neatly he's decided to wall himself off right at the line of the treaty. So, I actually think part of the treaty is that you can't build past that line anyway, so that might be part of it. And we can see here, so Crayons is starting to build a lumber camp. He's already got military units up. He could potentially make an early rush because there's less than 5 minutes left in the treaty. There's only 2 minutes left in the treaty, actually. Space and Blue has gotten to feudal, and we can see that JP is currently researching feudal with Koala and Crayons behind at the moment. Okay, so if we take a look at who was the most advanced, Candle was the most advanced technologically. So we can see that it feels like Candle sort of like invested all of his resources into advancing, because if we take a look at the villager count, he's actually the lowest right now. So we can see that Crayons, Koala, Blue, and Space Waterfall have between like 15 to 20, and actually Unity Chad is like producing villagers non-stop. Holy cow. Cool. I was gonna say like he's currently on 24 villagers, sorry, but yeah, he's really gone all in on villager production, which, considering this is a treaty game, might actually be very beneficial in the long run, as it may allow him to economically overpower the other players over time. So if we take a look...
I very much agree with this, yeah.
Yeah. So if we
Like Unity seemed to be the most excited person to organize this thing as
yes, because it does bear mentioning that Unity was the one who put all of this together. You know, organized, got people together, got people interested, and you know, I'm a friend of Unity, so there's a little personal experience. But he was very excited and very motivated after watching the Hololive Age of Empires tournament, and I think definitely, you know, his motivation levels were very high, and like I think he did a bit of practice lately, so you know, he would definitely be very sharp going into this game. We can see here, I think it looks like Koala and Crayons are still in Dark Age, and just as I've said that, Koala started research into Feudal. But the good thing about Koala is that he's already walled up, so you know, even if he's getting to Feudal a little bit later, he will still be, you know, protected because he's got those walls. And we can see Candle is also heavy investing into the stone walls, which actually does explain why they went into stone mining earlier, because in the Dark Age people usually focus in on food and wood gathering, but we did note that Candle went into stone as well, and we can see why now. We can see the fruits of that labor because they've gone ahead and started constructing a stone wall around their base. We can take a look at Space Waterfall. Space Waterfall has gone heavy into farms. He started gold production. Good evening, Dagoro. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We can see that Space Waterfall is just heavily focusing on resources. As playing as the Chinese, you actually do get an initial extra 3 villages on startup, so that potentially allows you to, you know, kickstart your economy a lot faster than other players. You don't have initial resources regarding food, but you do have, you know, the additional villages which can get you started going quicker. And we see here Blue. I think Blue might be in the middle of some sort of transition because, yeah, I was gonna say, Blue is going for the Boar Law. Very cleverly done. Very cleverly done. I don't know how many of the other players would have done a boar lure. How about you, Dom? Are you familiar with the boar luring strat? And if so, are you proficient at executing it?
Yes, and for the second one, no. Very much no. I am very good at getting killed by wild animals and like, yeah.
Okay.
That's yes. I'm more of the I am glad when the amount of idle villagers is not a 2-digit number.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Yeah, it tends to happen, right? Because, like, you know, and this is a problem that I have as well. Obviously, I think a lot of people who aren't really super try-hardy into the game would have, wherein they focus on one aspect of either empire building or building a military or researching something, and then they sort of just get lost in the shuffle where, you know, you lose focus, and then, you know, you just let other things fall to the wayside. And part of that is just natural because, you know, it's difficult to divide your attention and execute properly. You know, you have all of these ideas. Okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to build that, and then you just focus on one thing and then everything else sort of falls away. You know, you build a whole... Oh my goodness. I hear a lot of destruction. What's going on? Oh, okay. It looks like Koala has torn down some of his... Oh, he's torn down his palisade walls and he's rebuilding them as stone. Okay, so that was that noise. Okay. We can see that Unity had an early villager lead, but now he's actually been supplanted in Vil population by Space Waterfall. Yeah. So we can see that... Oh, have we got first engagement? Okay, so it looks like Koala's scout has run into Candle's base, and Candle's scout is handily chasing him around. I don't think this is like dedicated combat or a raid or anything like that, but it is important to note that, you know, they are attacking each other. the treaty is over. So I think that the mindset for some of the players might start to shift from building economy and phasing in towards, you know, building military trade. And so I'm going to do a little bit of a sweep around and see, you know, who has actually started making military units, who, you know, we can see a lot of the players are walling up. You know, Unity's walled up, Blue's starting to wall up. You know, I actually think Space Waterfall is like the only one that has not really attempted to wall up yet. He doesn't believe in walls, and he's playing as the Chinese.
And an interesting thing that we just got from our statistics bureau, the military is only developed for 2 of the players.
Yes,
so far.
yes, that's correct. We've got
only crayons, and I think that was Unity, right?
Yes, correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So we can see Crayons is invested a little bit into infantry. And as for Unity, he's actually gone the other way and invested a little bit into some ranged archers. If we take a look, yes, exactly right. None of the other players have actually bothered investing into military yet. It seems like instead they're focusing on defensive structures and walls so that they can continue building their economy. Except for Space Waterfall, who's just gone full steam ahead on the villages. 0 walls, but he's currently ahead right now on the villager population count. And if we take a look at some of the resources, you know, it looks like Unity is stockpiling a lot of wood. And it seems like Space Waterfall has, you know, has really good, like, you know, has really well balanced food and gold. And we can see Blue is all in on food, not a lot of wood, not a lot of gold. But Koala's actually building himself a nice hoard of resources. He's got himself a lot of stone, actually. Like, if we take a look at, you know, the stone resources for all of the players, Koala is very much ahead. So I wonder if, you know, if he advances the castle, whether he's going to go for potentially the use of offensive castles, because he has all of that stone. What else is he going to use it on?
I hope he recognizes this potential, like you said. It's also very interesting to see that most players have the basics of like build a mill, then the farms around it to optimize the base of the like the distance that the usual like people are traveling. This is really interesting to see, but not everybody is as efficient as Unity, for instance.
Yes, we can see that Unity has actually done really well in terms of mill efficiency, because we can see that he has mills, you know, fairly far away, and then he's also got his town center, and the farms are directly linked into each one of these buildings. So there's really no waste in terms of distance and, you know, in terms of, because essentially with the way the farms work, you know, you have villagers collect the resources, but then they need to go back and deposit those resources in the building. And so if you can build, you know, mills and town centers and farms efficiently, then you reduce the amount of time that the villager needs to walk from, you know, from resource to resource deposit point. And obviously the walk speed of the villagers aren't that fast. So the more that you can minimize that, then all the better. And we can see actually some of the players have already advanced into castle. So it looks like Unity and Candle, and right now Space and Koala are in the middle of researching it. So I think it's difficult to say, right? Because we've you know, the game is still relatively, you know, it's still relatively new into the game, but I feel like at the moment, just based on technological advantage and economic advantage, I think Unity and Space are probably Unity and Candle, and Space along with Third are probably the strongest players at the moment so far. We can see some of the, it'll be a bit of chaos, 100%. It'll be a bit of chaos. But we can see, you know, the game start to actually take shape a little bit. We can see, you know, the strategies start to sort of come to the forefront. We can see definitely, for example, Like Space Waterfall is 100% going for economic advantage. We can see that he's sort of elongated his like he's advancing to castle, but he's sort of elongated his time in feudal age in order to like build more villages, right? And we can see, oh, but it looks like, yeah, he's got that villager lead, and then blue is also very close by in villages, and we can see that blue is also still in feudal age. So there is a little bit of a divergence in strategy where some of the players are choosing to elongate their time in feudal age for villager production as opposed to rushing into castles. It looks like JP's already got an army up and going. I wonder what he's going to do with these guys. It looks like he's got a monk, so maybe he was collecting a relic potentially, but he's definitely already mobilized an army and it's up and going right now. I think that at the moment, it's just him and Crayons that have military forces, and Crayons is starting to develop his military, and he's also walling off his territory. If we take a look at the military units, we can see that Space is also starting to develop military units. But again, still mostly on the defensive side. I'd probably say that Unity is in a pretty good position. Is this a... Okay, this is a market, so he was a bit behind on that. And if we take a look at Koala...
Quais as vossas ordens?
Okay, it looks like he's just going in and out. He's already reached Castle as well. So who's still left in Feudal? At this stage, it looks like Blue and Crayons are still in Feudal, whereas the other players have already hit Castle. Okay. So out of curiosity, Dom, how do you think this is going to pan out? Because, you know, we've had the early build, and I think all of the players have been relatively efficient in how they've decided to build. Like, you did mention the farm placement, and I think that the placement of, like, the lumberjacks is pretty similar. You know, there's not a lot of distance that the villagers have had to travel in order to deposit their resources. So how do you, like, out of curiosity, how do you think that this game is going to pan out in the next few minutes?
Yeah, so my prediction at the moment, it's really hard. It's a tough call, like you say. It's we didn't see much aggression yet, so there's not one player that is way better at handling the military part at the end.
Yes.
Because I do not think that this game will pan out to be a wonder victory in the end.
Yes.
Or any of the relic victories or something. This will be a fight to the death.
Yes. Which is
in
like
this case, it is normally what we want to see. I do like regulatory side maps too, but that's a whole different kind of ones.
Yes.
For this game, I do predict that Unity will be one of the key players, and the hidden underdog will be Kande.
Oh.
I do think
yes.
actually that like the early fast times tell me that there is some more like basics here.
Yes.
This will actually pan out pretty good. But my issue is like my predictions are not good. Because I'm not good at the game. So
No. Don't sell yourself too short. I actually agree. I actually agree with your predictions in general. I think that Unity has done a really good job of, you know, balancing at the beginning with his economy, and now he looks like he's investing more into military. But I think that Kanda's actually done a really good job at the early rushing build, because as you can see, they've almost already constructed their castle, right? So they might potentially be first into Imperial Age, but even if they're not, you know, they have the capacity to pump out those unique units, which with the Saracens would be the Malinux. So, you know, they could, it's a very, you know, anti-cavalry. Oh, it seems like combat's already started happening. Oh, it looks like JP is actually the first one to plant an offensive castle, and it's just demolishing Blue's outside tower. So it doesn't look like there's any direct threat on Blue's town at the moment, but it seems like JP might be starting to build up for an offensive here. I do note you did mention, you know, this is unlikely to be a relic victory and unlikely to be a wonder victory, and I do agree. There are some maps that, you know, do sort of help with that kind of thing. But specifically with the relic victory, this is definitely not the map for that because of how everything is organized. It's not easy to run around the map and collect loose relics. Oftentimes, you have to run through each other, just because of the way that the forest is, organized. So it's definitely oriented more towards direct combat, which I think is one of the reasons why this map is among one of the more popular ones for, PvP and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, it's also easier to defend because of all the forest. You don't need to wall all the map. So I'm kind of excited if people will, in the late game, use mangonels or other ways to destroy the forest. And maybe sneak up on others.
Yes, correct. Because, you take a look at the forest and you think, oh, okay, you have to chop that down, right? But it is actually, and I'm not sure if this is like too common knowledge, but it is actually possible to engage in a little deforestation with your Onaga and Mangonel type units. So, I mean, it is rather wasteful in terms of resources, but if it provides an opening into an opponent's base that they may not necessarily expect, then, all well and good, right? All well and good.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we can see... Okay, so let's take a look at the villager counts again. So it seems like Space Waterfall has a huge villager lead. I wonder if that has... Okay, that hasn't necessarily equated to like a big resource lead yet, but the fact that he's producing so many villagers, and I think it makes a lot of sense considering the positions, right? Because we can see that Blue and Kanda are on the outside of the team, whereas Space Waterfall is on the inside of the team. So I wonder if it's been, a preset strategy from this team to enable Space Waterfall to leverage, his position in order to sort of pump up his economy and potentially pay that back later into the game and help fund, some of the border skirmishes that may go on between the different players. I wonder.
Yeah, but I see one issue with I got breaking news from the statistics department.
Oh, okay.
If we look at the military at the moment, Space Waterfall is the only one from the blue team, I think, who has like the most military at the moment, but he is not on the outside. Meanwhile, on the other team, Crayon and Unity have the top 2 of all of the players in military. They are not using it right now, but it says that that the players know that a little bit of military is good, and in this case they could respond to any issues.
Yes, correct.
I do think this will be a bit of a peaceful time until Unity and Crayon go all in. Whenever that will be.
Yes, and that's definitely a very good point, especially since the two of them are, the border players. So essentially, they've identified that, okay, since we're, well, I don't know if they've scouted it all out, but since, they're next to their respective opposition, then they need to be prepared to respond to threats that may arise. So that's definitely very clever of them to start building their military early, because they know that they will be on the front lines. And we can see
it
here...
would be actually interesting if you enable the Fog of War, how much the other players even know about each other.
So we can see Blue is definitely aware of Unity's advanced position. You can see because he's already taken out the castle. But if we take a look at Crayon's POV... Wait. Okay. Oh! Okay, so it seems like they've got a decent amount scouted. So Crayon's team, Crayon's, Koala, and JP, seems like they have a decent amount of the maps scouted already, because they already know like the approximate positions of all of their enemies. Whereas if we take a look at, if we take a look at the other team, it doesn't seem like they've done, the same level of scouting. So for example, Kanda doesn't really know how far away Crayons is and, what kind of setup they may have. Whereas in comparison, Crayons actually has pretty good, info on what kind of setup that Kanda may have, because they've got Koala's scout just sitting there outside the base. So it would be able to forewarn them of any potential issues, because we can see there's actually a little bit of a hole here in Crayon's sort of base, because he hasn't walled that up. But because he has the scout with Koala just sitting there, then he's pretty comfortable and probably a little confident, you know, that if anything does come up, they'll be able to scout it before it happens. Whereas conversely, you know, Candid doesn't have, you know, the same level of information. It's completely in the dark for him. Okay.
Yeah, this will be very interesting due to that.
Yes.
Even, like, scouting in this map is really hard due to the easy defendable structures. But even that little amount of more information that the other team has could be really good for a well thought out attack plan.
Yes.
So
Yes, I 100% agree. I think, but I think also just the fact that, you know, they have no visibility on Koala at all. Whereas conversely, we can see that, and that just may be to the utilization of the scouts during the treaty period where they can't be attacked, right? Where you can see that, you know, Crayons, Koala, and Unity were able to scout out the majority of the map and get approximate positions of everybody, whereas the converse wasn't able to happen. And it looks like Blue and Unity are engaging in castle fights. So we can see that Unity has his castle already established, and Blue is trying to counter it with his own castle, but I'm honestly not too sure if this is going to be an effective trade for Blue, because if we take a look at the castle from Unity, it's way more upgraded already. They've already got several layers of upgrades and extra HP from the university research, whereas Blue's castle is just at base level, so it does less damage, it has less armor, and it has less HP. And earlier, in order to, you know, fully build it up, Blue was using up extra stone in order to rebuild. So I actually think that this is not necessarily a very efficient trade for Blue, but just as I say that, it looks like Kanda has come by with a couple of mangonels. I'm not sure if that's going to be the play either, but it does seem like there is a bit of an awareness within that team that Unity may be a really strong player and that he is somebody that they need to deal with sooner rather than later.
to be honest, I agree with this assessment of them. So they are making a good call. The only issue is, can they actually manage to outdo Unity?
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. I think it's the right play. It's just a matter of whether they have the resources to actually take him out early, because you know it is a team game. But if you can take out potentially the strongest player on the opposing team early before they've had a chance to, you know, really get all of their armies together and all of their tech together, then, you know, if you can take them out early, then that's, you know, to huge benefit to your team. And we can see that a couple of the players are already in Imperial Age and some others are researching Imperial Age. So we can see that Unity is in Imperial Age, Kanda is researching Imperial Age, Space Waterfall is in Imperial Age, Koala is in Imperial Age, and I think Crayons is still in Castle. Blue's also in Imperial. But it seems like, you know, things are starting to coalesce a bit, because we can see, hold on, if we take a look at the military, it looks like Kanda doesn't have military yet, and potentially I think that their sort of quick progress through the ages has left them a little bit short on villages, which means that you know, by the time they get to the Imperial Age, they'll probably need to create a few more villages in order to support their economy, which will help support military production, I feel like, personally. But if we take a look at military, right, we can see that Unity has the biggest military, but Space Waterfall is really coming up. Space Waterfall is really upping their military production, and they still have the huge villager production. They still have the huge villager lead as well. So I feel like Space Waterfall is potentially, like, you know, could be potentially a really strong player in this game, as he has been allowed to build up his economy being in the center position. And we can start to see, you know, military forces come through, a lot of light cavalry, pikemen, skirmishers, so well balanced. You know, I think it's more on the trash unit side because they're not consuming gold at this point in time. But, you know, they're definitely building up a big, well-balanced military. So I think that they may be. I can't say for sure, but they might be making an attack. Oh my god! I was gonna say they might be making an attack on JP sooner rather than later. But look at those Trebs, and they're just taking down Blue's castle with impunity. Oh my goodness! I wasn't expecting this, to be honest. But
Me neither.
Yeah, but yeah, you can see. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot Blue can really do about it right now because we can see that JP's Trebs are nicely behind their safe fortified walls next to a castle. So unless you know the team has a way to neutralize that castle, maybe build Trebs of their own. Oh, speak of the devil, Space Waterfall's got a couple of Trebs coming through. Oh my goodness. So we can start to see, okay, now the attacks are starting to escalate a little bit as the players sort of coalesce in the Imperial Age and they get their economies up and running and everybody sort of research the technologies that they want. We can start to see a little bit of more aggression between these players, right? So on the Kanda side and the Crayons front, it seems like Crayons hasn't really pushed his military advantage as of yet, but we can also see that Kanda has built, quite a very strong defensive structure. I think potentially there could be like a gap here down at the bottom where their lumberjacks are, but if we take a look at the fog of war for Crayons, that's probably not visible to him, right? So if we take a look, let's go back to actually the main point. We can see now that Space Waterfall behind their own walls has started pinging away at Unity's advanced castle, and we're about to see it, dog. We're about to see the Trem fight. Oh my goodness, where did all those units come from? Oh, do you see that? Oh my god, Unity has a whole horde of Genuese crossbowmen who are just hiding and garrisoned inside the castle, and now the fight begins in earnest. The Genuese crossbowmen are countered by the light cavalry though. We can see that JP's Trebs are doing actually significant damage on Space Waterfall's Trebs, and it seems like numbers are going to get to them because Space Waterfall, I don't think, has what it takes to trade effectively with Unity. So Unity takes the lead, he loses his castle, but it seems like Space Waterfall has lost the majority of his men. He's bringing out his pikemen, the Genuese crossbowmen are peppering away, and look at those upgrades, Dom, they're fully upgraded. Oh my god, we have the Kanda coming in with some knights, but we can see the Genuese crossbowmen retreat back to their gates and they bring in their full army. JP had been hiding this entire arm. Oh my goodness. And in just a few
this is amazing.
In just a few volleys we can see that Space Waterfall's units are going down. Oh my goodness, they're being forced back onto the defensive. However, Space Waterfall has a couple more Trebs. They've been able to outtrade Unity's Trebs, and now they're just peppering away at the units. But it depends on how good the micro is, because JP would be able to navigate through that. They've taken down the palisade wall, and now the Trebs are unprotected. But Blue has a whole bunch of Imperial camels riding through the back, so we're gonna see a fight between camels and cavalry. JP micros the cavalry away and allows his infantry to sort of engage the camels and attack with his ranged units. But we'll see how this pans out, because it seems like Blue's cavalry got to the back and the camels are now attacking all of the Genuese crossbowmen. It seems like, however, JP has a little bit of a lead here. It seems like Blue's camels are going to go down, but their second wave comes through with help from space, and now it's virtually a 2v1. Oh my goodness. They call him the Unity Chad because and he lives up to his name because Space Waterfall and Blue have united against him. But is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough? These Genuese crossbowmen are crap. Look at them, Dom. They're just firing volley after volley and the units go down. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's a lot of trades on both sides, but he was able to win the 2v1, and now Blue's town is completely exposed. We may see our first player to go down here. He's going in for the kill, Dom. He's going in for the kill. And we look here. Wow, I'm not sure there's much Blue can do about this, because they've sent through a horde of soldiers and all the troops that they can muster. I keep clicking wrongly. Oops. but it seems like the Genuese crossbowman stack is just too powerful. Look at that! Controlled fire. One volley unit goes down, one volley unit goes down. Now they get out of range of the town center. However, we can see Blue build a defensive castle extremely quickly. I have to say, that's a very, very quick reaction from Blue. He may have lost a significant portion of his town and his army, but he's able to sort of, stem the hemorrhaging. He's able to defend the town center, and protect his villages, which means that he will be able to fight another day. And we can see that Kanda is starting to send some reinforcements as well, but they're not enough. They're not enough. The massive numbers is just not enough, and we can see the Genuese crossbowmen shred through those knights as well. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It looks like Unity's had enough. It looks like Unity's had enough. He said, look, I'll take the W, I'll take my men out, and I'll rebuild for another day. I don't have the resources to take down the castle just yet. I'm happy with my progress. We can come back and fight another day. Wow. What a confrontation. I think your prediction, Dom, you talk about how you're not that good at the game, that you can't see into the future. I think you've analyzed correctly 100%, because JP Unity Chat has just flexed right there, raiding into Blue's town, and Blue did very, very well to stem the damage, to protect his villagers, and to be able to fight another day. But I have to admit, that was a very impressive showing by Unity Chat right there, and he has proven that he is definitely one of the power players in this game, because he essentially won a 2v1.
And he destroyed a lot of resources the other parties built up, so I think this was still a win.
Yes.
And big respect to Space Waterfall, because I don't think I could have recovered from this like this.
Yes,
so
I think that was
2v1.
It was excellently played by all players, honestly. Like, Unity Chat really just he honestly just flexed a little bit, because he came in with that castle, the forward castle that he initially put. I had no idea there were so many units garrisoned inside it. So I was under the assumption that the majority of his army was waiting back in town and that he had just sent his troops ahead. But when he ungarrisoned those crossbowmen, and there was like 20 of them, Dom, there was like 20 crossbowmen, and they just started volleying and one-shotting opposing units, like that was really impressive. But in saying that, I'm also very, very impressed by how well Blue was able to stem the damage. Because if you take a look, yes, Unity Chat did win in the 2v1 engagement. He did deny and destroy a lot of resources belonging to Blue. But what was really impressive is that Blue was able to retain the core part of his town. The majority of his villagers were still able to continue and gather resources. He has, the military area that he shares with Space Waterfall, and that was able to be protected as well. So I was actually impressed by everybody, involved. Unity Chat was obviously very impressive, but Blue was also very impressive, being able to recover so quickly.
And if there wouldn't have been a palisade wall, if it would have been like a stone wall, this thing would have gone out differently. But I'm really glad that we got to see a really first-class fight here.
Yes.
And teamwork as well, because this is important. If your team suffers, your teammate is about to lose, this is important to that moment to support them.
Yes,
it was a cave butchery, but that cave butchery was short-lived.
Yes. It was a slaughter, but it was a measured slaughter.
Exactly.
It was very impressive by all players, honestly. Because yes, if that kind of attack had been arrayed against me, I'm not 100% sure I would have been able to survive. But that was really well done by both Kanda and Space Waterfall to send units and reinforcements just to hold up the front. And if we can actually take a look at like the unit queues right now. I have to say, I think Space Waterfall, he's developed his early villager lead, and he's ready for round 2. Like, look at all of this in the background. All of those villages, he's still building like 15 villages. he's got the chemistry tech, he's got all of this gold tech, and look at all of the military units that he's building as well. You know, Space Waterfall is definitely going to be prepared for round 2. We can start to see as well, he started to get his elite unique unit, the Chico Nu. So definitely, if Unity Chat decides to come and raid again, he's not going to find it as easy as round 1. And we can see, as you suggested, Dom, you know, Blue has started, you know, the stone wall. I think you are 100% correct. You've been 100% correct in your analysis so far. You know, you talk about how the palisade was probably not enough protection, and I do agree, because it enabled, you know, the units, Unity Chat's units, to get inside Blue's base far too quickly. But now we have the stone wall, and hopefully the stone wall, it won't prevent enemy units from getting into a base, but it'll stall them for long enough that your army can come in and engage.
Exactly. And with just like archer units, it will take a while.
Yes.
And this is also a thing. I'm really like, this was one thing, like an engagement, a little skirmish. But it's important that the players keep coming with the economy, like you said. Exactly the thing. And Unity has been going on with the economy, and I'm pretty amazed with how well Space Waterfall actually did pull through as well.
Yes.
I mean, the amount of stress is like immense in such a skirmish, and still like being able to use your economy correctly is a skill.
Because you're spending all of your brain power, expending all of your brain power trying to win the military engagement, but at the same time, you know, the economy side stuff doesn't stop. You still have to keep that going, because if you let that stall and you lose the military engagement, then it becomes really difficult to recover. So you need to be able to keep up both at the same time in order to succeed in a game like Age of Empires. But if you take a look, actually, what's really impressive to me, look at Space Waterfall. He's been allowed to blossom. Look at him. He's already hit the population cap. He's 200.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
And that's actually, it's really incredible if you compare it to other people in this. They barely hit 100.
Yes. Even Unity Chad, who were like hailing as like the strongest player so far, he's only at 131. So, you know, Space Waterfall has a
actually
huge lead.
snowball.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, it's huge lead, and it will snowball. Like, in 10 minutes time, this can actually tip the scales.
Yes.
But those 10 minutes, they need to survive. And this will be the crucial time now.
Yes, 100%. Because the issue is not necessarily, it's not even the military engagement. It's that when you have such a big villager lead and production lead, it's the fact that even if your armies lose, you can outproduce your enemies and just come back in a couple of minutes with an army of equal size and eventually overwhelm. And that's, you know, that's one of the things that being in the middle position, you know, has afforded Space Waterfall, because he hasn't had to worry about building a lot of defensive structures and potentially, you know, castles on the edge of his territory. He can just focus on the build, and now that he's in Imperial Age, now he can just churn out the units. And he's done a fantastic job with that, because he's already at the population cap. And if we take a look at the resources, my god, look at his wood! He's got 12k wood!
Wow.
He's got wood for days! Where's the market? He needs to start trading some of that stuff. Oh my goodness.
And the interesting thing with the Chukunu, especially, he has the resources now, and the Chukunu has a training time of about 15 seconds. Pretty fast. So
yes.
this will actually allow him to churn out those units faster, because he's already at the cap. He needs to see how to replenish this pretty fast.
But I've actually noticed a potential issue. I'm not sure if he realizes. If you take a look, Dom, you can see that he's got all of these units queued up. But because he's already at the unit cap, none of them are producing. And it's actually bottlenecking some of his technology research.
That's the issue. And the other thing is, the moment the cap is now hit, he's wasting resources he could use to engage the enemy.
Yes, exactly. And I think that it's probably something that... okay, so it's probably something that a lot of people who aren't experienced necessarily with the competitive side of it's not even an Age of Empires thing. It's like of games in general where you don't want to commit a lot of resources into being aggressive because you want to safeguard, your own resources. But at this point, the issue is that he has such a huge resource lead that if he doesn't expend it, as you said, Dom, then he's sort of just wasting it, because at the end of the day, look, he's got 16,000 wood. But if he's not using that wood to generate into units and research and attacks, then, there's really no point in having that much wood, Oh, wait, we can see Candace. Oh, as you mentioned earlier, you were talking about the deforestation strat. It looks like Candace already started. So he started.
Nice.
Whoa, he's using his trebs instead of mangonellas and onagers, but it looks like he's going to use a combination of that and his villagers to sort of bore a hole. And if we take a look at their POV, I'm going to take a look at their POV. I actually think, and this is just, don't call me crazy just yet. I think they might be they're either trying to get a bit of resources, or they might be trying to bore in and attack either Koala or JP. They might think that they can get their way through the forest, and that's going to take a very, very long time to come to fruition. But can you imagine the kind of hilarity that would happen if, Unity Chat is in the middle of engaging with Blue and Space Waterfall, and then Kanda just comes through the edge and then he attacks the town undefended? That would be wild. But we could see that.
It would be so wild. And to be fair, I'm amazed that there's not more watchtowers in this map, because this is a map with a lot of less movement. But if you have like a watchtower, I think in the bottom left there was one in the middle only. But they have a huge line of sight.
Yes.
So if you see them coming,
yes,
you can get a counter trap one.
Exactly.
And that is actually the beauty of this whole map, which I'm really excited. It will be interesting to see if the other party can even see, hear the sound cues.
Yes, that's true.
Even if you cannot see it, you can at times hear it.
True. And I actually agree. I think that, especially, I think in the case of Kanda, especially, having a couple of watchtowers, potentially, to help protect your villages there, that would be really a big play, because you can sense when Crayon is coming in, for a raid, but then you'd also be able to get your villagers out in time. I think a couple of watchtowers on the edge of everybody's walls and fortifications would be a huge benefit. We can see that JP has actually done that with his initial build, but nothing since then. We can see that Koala actually has quite a big network of towers surrounding his base, so undertaking that idea.
Yeah.
But I'm honestly not too sure how much value that is, considering that, Koala is actually in the middle, protected by his allies on the borders.
I think so too. The issue is it's not forward enough. The best watchtower is the watchtower in the base of your enemy, which he just ignores because he doesn't even notice it.
Ah, that's actually because you get and then you keep it out of the range of enemy towers and castles, and then you, rather than using them defensively to see when they're coming to your base, you act. Oh my goodness! Crayon's starting to delete a few of his walls. He could have just built the gate, but I think he's starting to send his troops through.
Yeah.
He's starting to send his troops through. So I think that their side might be going in for a raid on Kanda this time. I feel like Space Waterfall and Blue are a little preoccupied because the initial engagement came from there. But if we take a look, Unity Chat has actually developed a second base. He's already built a second military position right next to Crayon's base. So what they may be doing, they might be doing a little bit of the rope-a-dope. They're boxing a little bit. They're shadow boxing a little bit. They've, implied that they're going to attack Blue by having that initial engagement, but they're actually going to go for the knockout punch on Candy.
And they even have the option for a peninsula attack.
Yes.
So this is actually, because it's a game of your mind capacity. If you have skirmishes at 3 points in the map, you will be overwhelmed by the sound of the skirmish happening.
100%.
You need to be able to use your economy. You need to improve that. And it is, to be honest, for me, too much to focus on too many things at once. At some point, I cannot do everything.
Yes.
So this will be
I
very interesting.
I agree, because if you're pushed on too many points, you know, it's like, it's not so bad if you're the aggressor because your economic production's not at risk. But if you're the one getting raided, if they're being aggressive against you, then it becomes really, really difficult because you've got to juggle everything all at once. Exactly. No, I agree with you 100%, and it's not something that I would be particularly good at either. I think that I feel like Crayons, Koala, and Unity Chat are in the box seat at the moment, but not even militarily necessarily, because I think that Blue, Space Waterfall, and Candy as well, like, everybody's got an established military. Everybody's really built up. I think it's just the fact that Unity Chat side actually have armies on both sides, and they seem to be moving a little more aggressively with the way that they're planning forward bases, so that gives them more flexibility, whereas I feel that the defensive structures and the buildings and the organizations for Space Waterfall, Blue, and Candy are mostly on the defensive side, so you're already yielding the initiative to the other team, which may prove to be fatal in the end, because I think militarily a lot of the teams are on an even playing field right now. We're already in late Imperial. You know, everybody's already got upgrades on all of their units. I feel like it's come down to initiative and strategy as opposed to, you know, simple military and numbers, because everybody seems pretty even right now. We take a look at Blue, you know, his Imperial Camel Riders are fully upgraded. You know, everybody's units are fully upgraded. Yeah.
They are pretty even on like the unit path, but there's one issue, and I will disagree with the evenness. If you look at Kande, for instance, here at the moment has 15 idle villagers. So if you look at the idle villagers, we already see that the mental load is increasing because the game is getting more complex now. We have all the options of the game unlocked. And now we need to choose what to do. And there's always the risk to use the wrong unit composition because you cannot scout the enemy at the moment. So all of this is way harder than the usual build order, let's say, which you can train. This will be exciting.
You can train a build order, but it's difficult to train on the spot thinking. We can see though, Kanda looks like he's moving aggressively as well. And he has a contingent from Blue as well, and Space Waterfall's moving in. So I think both teams maybe have come to the same conclusion that they're going to attack from the other front now.
Yes, I agree with this, and it's good that Candy is rapidly going up to 155, 160 and above. This unit cap. I mean, this was rising really fast now, but if 15 or 16 of those villagers are not doing anything,
then it's a lot of wasted resources. It's a lot of potential waste in terms of resources. And after the initial army is going to be spent and depleted, then you'll find yourself in a really rough position where you won't be able to recover nearly as well as someone else who has all of those villages working and producing resources. So we can take a look at the economic resources. Oh my goodness. You take a look at Space Waterfall. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. He can have all the idle villages he wants. You know, it's like, you know, oh, I've run out of food. You know, oh, Space, you got some food? Oh, wait. It looks like Crayons might be going in for an attack. I think they've scouted him out because he's unloaded he's unpacked his troops. He's unpacked his trebuchets. They're not in range, but I think they're broadly aware of, you know, of the situation, which means that some of the other units might start to move in as well. If we open up Fog of War, we can see, you know, Crayons already is aware that Kanda has an army coming up, and we can see now Koala start to move. You know, Koala hasn't been so aggressive in this game so far, but now we can see that Kanda is starting to demolish his front formations. So I think all of the players now realize that the next big confrontation is going to be on Crayon's base. So they're actually taking the initiative. Space Waterfall going in, you know, with support from Kande and potentially Blue coming in soon. Let's undo the Fog of War. We can see Blue's units are coming through as well. Okay, they have an initial engagement. And what I will say is that Space Waterfall is currently, he's got trash units up, which are very resource efficient, but not necessarily that strong in, in even number fights. On the other hand, it looks like Crayons doesn't have fully upgraded units yet either. So that could be a factor in the fight too. We can see that Unity Chad is starting to mess up. He's starting to, move his units. Koala's still waiting at the castle, and the engagement has started in full. Canda's really going in. And Crayons, I think, he has the units, potentially, but he may be a little overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. However, JP, Unity Chat coming in with a Cavalier stack, and I think that they're gonna shred through these skirmishes unless Kanda can get his pikemen up into the front. So this is also a battle of micro, because it seems like his skirmishers got caught a little off guard, and his pikemen are a little stuck in the back when they should be the ones on the front line. And we can see now that the engagement starts in earnest. Both teams are committing heavy forces. We can see Koala and Space Waterfall engaging in Treb fights. We can see that Blue has started to attack, and actually Crayons and Unity Chat are in a defensive position. They're in a defensive position here. We can see that Crayons are starting to lose a few of his Trebs. Unity Chad's Cavaliers are still in a strong position, but they do not want to engage the Imperial Camel Riders because Camels, are a counterpick to Knight Cavalry. So they do not want to engage directly. It seems like both teams are a bit hesitant to fully commit, but we do have Space Waterfall and Koala attacking each other with Trebs. I don't think the engagement is going to go through after all. So they've done a little bit of damage at Crayon's base, but they haven't really breached through. We have units from we have units from both sides go down, and we see both teams take losses, but indecisive overall. We can see that Koala's trying to sneak through an Onega. Does he snipe the trebuchet? The Knight's coming in to take it out. Oh, he just needed one more hit, Dom. It was so close.
Yeah, it was really close. And remember the action that Koala was doing beforehand. He was making this fortification.
Yes.
That is now hindering them from just cutting off the supply line from Koala to Crayon. Which it was good foresight that he made the resource intensive, different fortification.
I didn't
Blue. This was nice.
Blue, take a look at I didn't realize Blue was a sapling. He started building elephants, Dom. Oh my god, Siege Elephant.
He is.
Siege Elephant. Oh my god.
To be fair, they did exactly the right thing. If you're capped at your max, just build the most expensive.
Yes. If you have the resources, build the best units you can. Because at that point, it becomes the most resource efficient, and population efficient to just build the strongest units. Correct. 100%.
And this skirmish could have helped to clear out the trash units that were actually hindering Space Waterfall in the long term.
Yes. Actually, I do want to take a look. Okay, so it seems like the wood line that they've decided to cut through the forest hasn't come to fruition yet. I wonder if this is just a way to siphon additional resources without compromising the defensive structure, or if this really is the long game strategy where they want to use the villages and siege to cut through to the other side of the map. I actually wonder, because, obviously, if you need more wood, then that's a good place. But, for example, Space Waterfall still has plenty of places to take wood from. They still have plenty of places, but they're choosing to go through the middle of the forest. So I wonder if if they can survive for the next half an hour, they'll cut their way into Koala's base completely unexpected. You know what I mean? I would love to see that.
Oh, I'm totally on your base. Yeah. I would love to see this because now there's movement in this game.
So it's really interesting too, because we can see Unity Chad. He's using his Trebs offensively again to ping at Blue's outer structures. It's not doing much damage at the moment. However, Blue has to be mindful. They've got the armies. They didn't hard commit in the last engagement, so they'll be fine in terms of that. But you mentioned earlier and mentioned quite often about how there's the multitasking element too. I mean, the issue is that as Unity Chad, he pings and destroys unimportant buildings. Blue may not realize that he might have a hole in his wall, and Unity Chad could rush through an army through that hole before Blue is able to respond, because he's already used to all of the pings telling him that he's under attack and he might be focusing on something else, which is very common. You see it happen a lot, and it would definitely happen with me as well. You get used to the idea that, oh, he's just pinging at some houses, he's just pinging, at some buildings on the outside, I don't care. But then Blue very smartly building an additional layer of fortification, and we can see that Candid as well is starting to bring his units to the fore. What I will say though is that I feel like, oh my god, as I say that, Koala's actually going in with a heavy attack. He's really going into Candy here. I just noticed it on the side. So he's got a lot of archer units which are not going to fare well against the castles, but if you leave the castles to attack of their own volition, they might focus on the rams and the siege, which plays into Koala's hands because his units, can sort of get through unabated. One of the castles are attacking his archers and shredding through them, but the other castle is just attacking the rams, which doesn't really do much damage. You can see that the Trebs are demolishing the castles, and Kanda is committing a lot of resources into trying to salvage it. And he might actually be able to salvage it, but he needs to get some sort of counterplay there in order to take those Trebs out, because he can't just be building castles forever. It's not sustainable. So we can see, I don't think it's going to hold up. And down it goes. Okay, this is a complete aside from everything that we're witnessing right now, but the destruction animations that they've added to Definitive Edition when a building gets destroyed are really cool.
Because they are actually really amazing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because they sort of...
Especially... There were some mods that even you could get MBLs logo on it, stuff like that. So it gets to be a funny stroke as well.
Okay, we can see now that Candace sending some guys to defend himself, but unfortunately, he's bringing pikemen to the fore, which don't have a lot of pierce armor, so they go down really quickly to the arbalest stack. Now, Space Waterfall's coming in with a bunch of light cavalry, which are better against archers, and you can see that they last longer. But I'm not sure if the numbers that they've been able to bring to this encounter is enough to sustain, especially as we can see Unity Chad come up with reinforcements, and he's got all his gunpowder. He's got bombard cannons, he's got his he's got hand cannoneers, and he's got his elite Genuese crossbowmen. Blue's coming in to reinforce with his Gulams, which are also really powerful against range units and piercing damage. But again, unfortunately, I don't think they're there in the right numbers. There may have been a little bit of a miscommunication where the players are just sending the units to the front, but because they're not there together in a stack, they're getting picked off. And we can see that Candy's base has been breached.
With the archers. If you have a snowball of archers going, focus fire kills everything.
There's a huge...
spreaded fire kills everything as well.
Yes, exactly. There's a huge Camel Rider stack though, and they've been able to breach their way into the archer line. Okay, it looks like Unity Chad's coming back in with his pikemen, but, there's going to be a lot of damage. Unfortunately though, I think Kande, his base is really under heavy siege, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to react as quickly as Blue, because if we take a look at the amount of villages that he has, Blue has 54 villages, and he had a lot of villages during the time of the initial attack, but Kanda only seems to have 20 villages, so I think his ability to be able to salvage the situation after it's done is not going to be nearly as strong as Blue's was. If we take a look, I think that the team understands. We can see that Space Waterfall, and Blue are really trying to help out. They're sending units to the front consistently, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, Dom.
This could actually be the turning point.
Yes, because we can see there you know, Space Waterfall is sending in archers, but these archers are just going to get shredded by the siege and cavalry. Oh my god, that was a huge Onage hit coming in from Koala. He demolished half of that group with just one volley. I think that the units are there, the armies are there, but potentially what's going to let the team down is the little bit of the strategy and the way that they've come in, because as opposed to coming in one giant force to push away the attack, they've all come in small bunches as quickly as they can, but they've been picked off as a result. We can see now that Unity Chat is coming in with his bombard cannons now that the melee seems to be more clear. Oh my god, Canda's going in for the literal suicide strats. Is he going to make it with his bombard? He gets a village.
Oh no.
Oh, the castle goes down. I think you're right, Dom. This may be the pivotal moment. Unfortunately, they don't seem to have a whole lot that can counter the bombard cannons, because they're protected by all of these melee units and hand cannoneers. You can see that Unity Chat has a strong contingent of cavaliers and knights, and it's protecting the bombard cannons as they're essentially going through the town and demolishing the buildings one by one. We can see Space Waterfall trying to hemorrhage the damage a bit, and they've got the units. Blue's coming in with heavy reinforcements, but unfortunately, they're coming in bunches where I do believe that they will get picked off. We can see now that, you know, Space Waterfall's Chico News are coming in. And I think, I have to admit, Koala's coming in with villages. I think that's a bit too aggressive, Koala. I think that's a bit too aggressive at this point in time. But, okay, it does seem like Space Waterfall is going to be able to hold his position. But even though they've pushed away Unity Chat's units, they're still massing in force. Koala's got his trebs, you know, Unity Chat's got his hand cannoneers, and Crayons is now starting to build more offensive positioning with his latest castle. Now if we take a look here, Kanda's almost been completely wiped out. He rushed to the Imperial Age very quickly, but I don't think he was able to really develop his economy to be able to support the kinds of military production necessary to hold out against, you know, the opposing team. Because we can see that when an intrusion was made on Blue's base, he was able to recover. That said, this is a much more powerful army than the initial incursion with a lot more siege. So, you know, like, when Trebs, Cannoneers, Onagers, and a whole bunch of, you know, cavalry, cavaliers are running through your town, Dom, it's different. No matter what kind of units you have, no matter what kind of defensive structures you have, it's going to be hard to hold them back.
Okay.
We can take a look here, and I do think that Kande is in a really tough spot. They actually... Wait, if we take a look at... I want to take a look at the resources, actually. They do have more than enough resources, and they have enough villages. I actually do think that... I do think that their little sort of incursion internally could have yielded a bit more merit. And they could potentially hide. There's like areas within Space Waterfall's base where I think it is possible to rebuild. In saying that, they've lost so many units that it would be very, very difficult to see them coming back in any significant way, you know, after this. So, like, we can take a look, and Koala's just coming through it, you know, like, yeah, like, Koala's just coming in and demolishing the houses, you know, just call him the Repo Crew, you know, he's just demolishing. We can see that their Space Waterfall is engaging, and they have the defense of the castles, but it's not in enough number. It's not in enough number. Unity Chad and Crayons with their combined range stack are proving just to be a little too powerful. Space Waterfall's Chico News. Oh, yeah. Koala's still at it. He's sending more villagers to build in Candace's base. What a bad lad. Okay, it looks like Blue's coming back to the fight with some camels. Now, part of the issue is that, you know, Unity Chad still has a strong offensive position at the top of the map. So I think potentially the team is a little hesitant to fully commit, simply because if they fully commit, they can get hit from the other side. And Unity Chad's early aggression and early strength may have played a bit of mind games on the other team, whereas maybe they're paying a little too much respect on the possibility of JP doing a solo raid. And maybe they did not commit enough of their forces in time to help defend Kanda's base. Because we can see now, Blue's coming in heavy forces and he's demolishing the siege. But he does need to be careful because Koala's Onega stack could do a lot of damage. Could do a lot of damage. If they get some good volleys in there, you can see a lot of these camels go down very quickly. However, they've been able to close the distance. Some of the camels go down, but I think in general they'll be able to take down this siege. And we can see now that the other half of the camels are engaging with Unity Chad's cavalry, and I think it seems like they're disengaging at the moment. But Blue coming back in to just take, get rid of the last of the siege and say, hey, stop destroying those houses, okay? And then, now you can go. But it seems like both teams are now starting to de-escalate and retreat back to their initial defensive positions. However, it seems like the team of Crayons, Koala, and Unity Chat have a huge lead at this point, and we can see them already pressing that advantage because Crayons is building additional forward, military buildings. Koala has a few. JP has his initial stack there. So I think it's going to be it's not impossible, but it's going to be difficult for the other side to come back. However, Kanda, Space Waterfall, and Blue are starting to pressure on Unity Chad's side of the base, taking down a tower. However, I don't think these skirmishes are going to do too well against the Cavalier stack. The Cavalier stack, they are stacked, let's say, and they have very high pierce armor, making it difficult for the skirmishers to really do a lot of damage. And we can see now that Blue is starting to send through some infantry, hoping to hold them off. However, I think that JP, Unity Chad's goal for the time being has been accomplished in that he's disrupted enough of the attack. Right? The walls are down, but they're not pressing an advantage. They're not pressing a raid, simply because the cavalry have been able to do enough damage to the siege. And if we take a look, we can see Koala coming back in for round 2. Oh my god! I think Koala recognizes that Kanda has a bunch of villagers stuck in the corner of the map, and he's actually planning on walling them off. He might be walling. I
agree with you. Yeah, he may be walling it off, and he may also just cover his base a bit better.
True.
Which was his one thing he was always trying to do, and he's still, if you look at his base, he has immense oversight over the whole map.
Yes.
And a good defensive strategy.
Nothing wrong with a good old turtling playstyle. I do like turtles myself, but yes, definitely very much so. Prime visibility, strong defensive structures, and I do think actually, rather than walling off the opposing villagers from Kanda, he might actually be walling off the defensive fortification from Space Waterfall. And the idea may be to just take Kanda's existing base for himself. Out with the old, in with the new.
Exactly. Well, the issue I see is that at the moment all of the villagers will just die here because they are in the crossfire of not just 2 castles but also 3 towers.
Of the towers as well, not just the castles. Exactly. Oh wait! I was gonna say he was doing some pretty impressive micro with that one villager, but it allowed the rest of the villagers to get away, so it wasn't that bad in the end for Koala. And it looks like they're going through and just demolishing the base. And actually, it seems like there's a few extra resources here. Kanda left some berries unforaged in the middle of his base, so there may be a little bit of extra food without needing to expend wood for Koala there. Though I think at this point, everybody has accumulated enough resources that it's probably not that, relevant, but it is something to keep in mind. Free food is free food. And I'm always an advocate of eating for free.
Me too. And it's actually pretty interesting to see that we do have like a few pings and still visibility through the walls. I see. I forgot too that the walls do provide some visibility for the team, so they know that there's an offensive on
Yes.
the side.
That's correct. Because it's not just like defensive. Like the walls itself also have extend line of sight. So yes, that is correct. And we can see Koala from the safety of his own walls just hammer away at Space Waterfall's defensive fortifications. These towers are probably gonna go down. Yeah, we can see the first one crumble. There are 3 towers there actually. But the towers will eventually go down, and with the trebuchets doing minor splash damage as well, it also enables them to take down the walls at the same time. We can see that Space Waterfall is starting to defend with a few Chigonus, and it doesn't seem like Koala has too much there to defend himself, but he does have the tower, and so the tower by itself should actually take out Space Waterfall's archers, and his trebuchets are free to just keep hammering away at those defensive fortifications. We can see that the situation between Unity, Chad, and Blue as well has stabilized a bit. It seems like neither side is pushing through for a decisive engagement at the moment. If we take a look at the resources, we know that pretty much everybody has accumulated more than enough resources. So I think it's just a matter of everybody either strategizing or getting their units together and producing them, and then making that, decisive push. Because I think everybody has enough resources to sort of make their armies for the next engagement, and we can see them start to coalesce in, the battleground areas, but nobody's making a concerted push just yet. I think both teams potentially are, just probing a little bit. We can see a lot of the siege happening where Koala is just pinging away at Space Waterfall, but neither side really willing to heavily commit just yet. And yes, rest in peace, Kanda. Kanda is... did Kanda still playing? Or did they...
Yes, Candy is still playing it. Actually, I just used my KFP bird messaging capabilities. He will actually fight to the last feather.
Nice.
So this will actually be pretty good. In his words, he will fight like a cockroach. And I think this is the right tone.
Nice! No, that is absolute king!
Yes.
That's king shit!
That is space.
Fight and claw to your last breath. Don't make it easy for them. King shit, Candy. King shit. Good job. I love that.
Yeah,
I love that
space.
energy. So we can see that Blue is actually matched up quite a big army. He's relying pretty heavily on the combination of Camel Riders and his elite Gulams, which are pretty good. Because they're pretty good, but I do think they're lacking a little bit in like the sort of the mid-range units, because we can see that some of the decisive units, I feel, in the engagement so far are the siege coming, like the mid-range siege, like the Onegas and like the organ guns coming in from Koala, as well as the Genuese crossbowmen coming in from Unity, Chad. So may also be an issue with may also be a bit of an issue with the unit composition, and so we can see Crayons just, sorry, go on.
I'm just a bit curious, but the skirmish on the bottom where Candy was hasn't started for you yet, right?
Not yet. Like, we can see Koala.
I'm already in the future then.
Oh,
Please keep an eye out on a big thing happening.
Okay, I didn't realize. Oh my goodness. Okay, fair. Because well, I mean, I do live in Australia, and there are definitely a lot of issues when it comes to Australia and living in the future/past. When it comes to game streams. But yeah, it seems like the armies are massing, but they haven't engaged yet. And so I feel like at the moment, it feels like Koala, Unity, Chad, and Crayons have a more balanced army composition, because they're mixing in infantry, cavalry, archers, and siege. whereas Blue and Space Waterfall, and I'm not sure if Kanda has a standing army anymore. He does, but he's just holding on to it at the moment, I think.
Yes.
They're more focused on like a few types of units. So they're stacking a lot of like the camel riders, the Chico Noos, the light cavalry, the siege elephants, etc. But I'm not too sure if the unit composition will do that well. It's not a bad unit composition because the Ghulams have really high pierce armor, so that actually does quite well into all of the range units the other team has, but we'll see how we go. You can see that Crayon's probing a little bit with his trebuchets, but he's not committing. We can also see that Space Waterfall is starting to probe a little bit with trebuchets, but they're also not committing just yet because I see... Wait, okay. I was like, why is there a palisade wall? But there's a gate there. I was a bit concerned that like they accidentally walled themselves in. To your point though, like the point that you made earlier about idle villages and that kind of thing, it's still relevant because even as all of this is going on, like most of the players still do have a couple, you know, of idle villages here and there. And so it does speak to how difficult it is to like multitask and, you know, put your brain in the kind of situation where you can handle everything all at once. Because, you know, as you say, you know, you focus on the military, but then the economy sort of falters, and then you focus on the economy, and then the military falters, and then you got to focus on the military with the micro, and then it's like, well, then you forget the macro. So, I mean, that is the challenge of these games. That is definitely part of the challenges of these games, because you know, you can commit a build order to muscle memory, but once the fighting happens, once the action gets hot, then, you know, it's very easy to fall to pieces, regardless of how finely tuned your initial build order is. You know? So definitely could be something that, you know, is happening to all of the players, but I mean, it's natural. It's natural, it's not a surprise.
Yeah, it's natural. But it's also interesting to see how long they have time to recover. For instance, with the Fauna game you mentioned earlier, the participants didn't actually have a lot of time to recover because Fauna was pretty good at producing, making groups of the elephants and just sending them out to cause havoc, but still producing them in an endless capacity, which decimated the opponents. And I have the feeling this is more like a traditional 15th century battle where, okay, you battle for 3 days and afterwards you have weekend. It's just like...
Exactly.
Like the trench is only open from 9 to 7.
Yes, you have like a 6-month war, and then like half of that war is just like, you know, the artillery pinging at each other, and then there's like 2 decisive battles in that 6 months.
Yeah, basically like that. So this is a different kind of game. If you look at like 2000 ELO plus, they would approach this.
Yes, they would push. Yes, because especially like in any kind of competitive game, like momentum is very important. And the idea is that if you win a decisive engagement, you have to push momentum in order to win as quickly as possible. And I think with we can see there though that Koala's champions are sort of getting shredded. But in saying that, you know, they're taking a lot of damage from the castles and the towers, but it's enabled his siege weapons, his trebuchets, to come up. And oh my god, but Blue's coming in, and he's, you know, he's zeroing in straight onto the siege weapons. He says he don't. Yes, you're like, I don't care about your archers, I don't care about your champions. Give me them siege weapons, and he's taking them down very quickly before Koala, Crayons, and Unity Chat are able to respond. I think, well, it's hard to see now that the reinforcements are there, but Blue may have actually caught them fairly off guard. We can see that all of the range units of Unity Chat are going down as well. And the trebuchets have a lot of damage. However, now, as the mainline melee units start to engage each other, I think things will even up a little. And we can see that, unfortunately, Space Waterfall is having to play with the AI, whereas he has the trebuchets, he has the units to support, but they're sort of stuck behind the palisades. However, it seems like Blue has a strong hand.
Important here. There's a strong hand, but it's a massacre. This is like...
It's difficult because it's a 3v1. It was amazing timing. And
it was necessary. And he did do a lot of damage
He did.
to the other.
He did. I think if we talk about straight resources, it was a very good trade for Blue overall because he inflicted much more damage than he took. And I think it was necessary because they were on the verge of breaking through the defensive fortifications of Space Waterfall. But unfortunately, partially because of the geometry and the terrain, he wasn't able to get the support that he needed. And, even though he did a lot of damage and he struck at the very, right moment, he was unable to win the engagement overall.
Exactly. And it was a pretty nice fight. This was like a huge army, our army, and it just got decimated.
Oh wait, hold on, we can see Kande. He's got some pikemen. Is he gonna commit with them? He might reason that, they're all busy with the trebs, but he's been spotted and I think he might get shredded. He might get shredded because they don't have... but they took down one of the trebuchets, but unfortunately, we're talking about pikemen and skirmishers, so they're not that particularly strong. And they have been taken out. But it seems like they will take the trade and take out Koala's siege as a result.
Yeah, the siege is much more important. Like, even if you have a good economy, especially trebuchets are super
Very
expensive. They're glass cannons.
Yes. But
And
in
both
saying
first.
that, Crayons is still pinging away at the castle. He's lost one of his trebuchets though. That was a great shot by one of Blue's trebs. So they're still engaging in treb fights, and it seems like they might be pushing a little bit. I can see Crayon pushing a little bit. Okay. I see Crayon's pushing a little bit. But it seems like at the moment, Space and Blue have been able to repel the enemy attack, and Space still has a castle intact, so they still are able to hold their defensive position. However, there's one thing that I noticed happening in the corner of my eye, but I couldn't pull away from the main engagement. Oh my gosh. I couldn't pull away from the engagement earlier. However, it looks like JP, Unity Chad, is starting to ping and make offensive moves against, against Space's fortification down on the northern part of the map. We can see that Blue is attempting to make a flanking attack and take down those trebuchets. However, there's a whole bunch of towers and reinforcement units. I'm not sure if Blue is going to be able to survive this engagement. And he looks like he's going to get wiped out by all of these units. Oh my goodness, Don. He's come into the engagement rather optimistically, but I think he'll leave this engagement a little misty optically. Oh my god.
I think so too. This has been now a 2-hour game so far, but all participants have been doing everything they can to entertain us.
Yes. It's been very entertaining. It's been very back and forth. And I think that, there have been a couple of what I would call decisive engagements so far. But, everybody's played really well so far. Everybody's played really well, And we can see now that that Koala is starting to push ahead. He has his monks. He has his rams. They've torn down the walls. The gate has gone down. Siege is popping off. And we can see it. Wait, Blue's coming in for the reinforcements though. And he's got those elephants. Where's my elephant? There's my elephant. And we can see that the ram may not survive that long. And so Koala's come in for the attack. But I don't think he'll be able to sustain this energy. That said, we have a lot of action going on, because as all of this is going on, we can see that, Unity Chat is also starting to engage Space Waterfall from the other side. And now we start to talk about what you were saying earlier, Dominic, wherein if you're getting attacked from multiple sides at the same time, are you able to handle and multitask all of that? It's not easy. It's a difficult game to get your head around.
It really is a difficult game to get your head around. But now the elephants are there too. It's like this is really amazing. And we actually got a question from chat participant.
Yeah.
If your
Yes,
commentary is inspired by her new
Yes,
voice
yes, a random chatter. Welcome, Tetra. Oh my God, she found it. She found the stream. She found the stream. No. Well, welcome. I hope you're having a fun time watching. And definitely 100%, you know, you getting into this game has inspired many KFP into doing the same, because, you know, it's how it goes, right? The fan base resembles the Oshi. Very motivating
And
indeed.
this is actually a good point to just promote this new voice pack, which is the Minecraft.
Oh yes, I'll Okay, can you post the link, Don? I was gonna say.
Oh, of course. Let me just get the photo
Because we actually have a huge engagement going on in the north of the map as well. Unity chat is engaging with Blue right now. However, it seems like Blue has the advantage because I think Unity chat's, you know, tankier units have been taken out for the fight, but it might be swaying the other way. I'm actually not too sure how this is gonna pan out. However, if we take a look, Blue's trying to micro really intensely, and he's got the unit advantage. I think that Unity chat is going to lose his forward army, which will allow Space Waterfall to slightly rebuild after, you know, the long-standing attack. However, in saying that, Space Waterfall's other side of his base is actually under attack now. We can see that Blue's trying to defend it. However, Unity Chad and Koala and Crayon are really going at it. The Palisade Wall goes down. And we can see those elephants just get mobbed by these pikemen. Oh my God, the elephants unfortunately did not last very long. And we can see that Unity Chad perhaps, you know, living out his fantasies of demolishing elephants with a horde of pikemen. But we can see that Unity Chad coming through and starting to attack now the town of Space Waterfall. And unfortunately, it seems like Space Waterfall's town is not that well defended. He doesn't have a lot of defensive structures. He's now garrisoning the town center, but unfortunately, there's not a castle nearby, as it seems like he's built his fortifications mostly in an offensive light to try and defend the outside of the base. So the inside of the base, you know, is a little soft and undefended. Like the you could even say that the shell of Space Waterfall's base has been cracked, and now Unity Chat is coming in for that sweet yoke. But we can see
and that sweet yoke he's getting. This is, and so much is happening right now. I'm just like
yes,
all of
there's a lot happening. So it looks like
clicking.
Space Waterfall has started to come in with his units to try and defend the center of his base, and it looks like Blue has also come in to help. However, unfortunately, well, Blue looks like he's coming in for the Trebs again, and I would actually say that he's very proficient at picking his spots when it comes to taking out the siege. However, unfortunately, it seems like the numbers game is going to get to them. But they might actually be able to pull this off. A lot of the siege has gone down. Koala's siege has gone down quite a bit, and the engagement on the other side, I don't know, I feel like they're doing a pretty good job of defending their bases. I don't know how it's going to handle long term, but they're doing very well. They're doing very well. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, now that the reinforcements have come in, it may have swayed yet again. Because we can see now that rather than pursuing, and this is actually very smart sort of strategy from Unity Chat, instead of pursuing the garrison town center, they're just proceeding to demolish everything else in the base. You know, they take a look at the town center, they see those arrows, they see the villages that are not producing food, that are not producing wood, and they say, you know what, you can have it. Have the town center, I'm gonna wait for my trebs, I'm just gonna take the rest of your town away, so that you can't produce military units, so that your villagers at the mills are dead, so that your villagers gathering wood are gone. You know, I don't need the town center. I can take it at any time. That's a huge power play from Unity chat. However, it seems like as this is going on, you know, it's not like the action has abated on the other end as well, on the other front as well. I think that, you know, this is really good on part of all the players. Like, they're not giving up. They're not giving up at all. They're fighting claw, tooth, and nail. You know, they're scratching with everything they've got, and they're trying to win this game. And I'm not sure if they're aware, but, you know, Kiara herself is in the stream. I'm not sure if she's still here. But, you know, you have to look good for your Oshi, right? You have to look your best. You can't look like a jobber in front of, you know, Takadashi Kiara channel herself. Hey, come on, what are you doing? You gotta try your best.
Okay, to be fair, they don't know that yet because we are in a different voice channel. But that is something you can actually make sure everybody knows.
Oh, wait. Ow. Can I? Oh, yes. Can you ping?
Change the channels. No. I will bring that message personally.
Oh.
I'll be right.
Oh my professional. I assure you, I'm not a professional. I haven't played Age of Empires in like 5 to 6 years, but then, you know, you got into it again, and I was like, yeah, Age of Empires, let's go. Because I have like really strong nostalgic memories about it, yeah. Oh, that's great. But we can see now, yeah, now that the Trebs have come through, so Crayon and Koala have come through with the reinforcements, and now they've taken out Space Waterfall's town center, and I think it will be difficult. I think it will be difficult for Space Waterfall to be able to recover from here. Like, if we look in terms of resources, right? If we look in terms of resources, look at Space Waterfall. He can buy everybody else. He's got resources for days. You know, you talk about, you know, surviving on a desert island with, you know, only what you've got. Well, I think Space Waterfall would have more than enough to survive in that kind of situation. However, he's lost most of his base, and it seems like Unity chat is coming through with the cavalry. The cavalry's arrived, and they're taking down many of Space Waterfall's last villages. And
that's exactly the issue with the resources. We talked about this earlier.
Yes, we did.
The logistics are the important thing. They cannot have the right production to put those resources into units to decimate the resources of the enemy. And this is exactly the issue here.
Yes.
Late game, this is an over 2-hour game. They are not capable at the moment to push something out that can just roll over the enemy.
Yes, 100% Dominic, and you're right. And we did identify this earlier, because it was like we saw all of the resources getting gathered, and that's great for the early game as you build. But as you transition more into fighting and, you know, and taking territory and taking ground, stockpiling those resources and not leveraging that early advantage that you've gotten for yourself, you know, it doesn't really get you anything. Because you can have all the resources in the world, but if you don't have the military to take ground and to back it up and to defend yourself, then you'll end up losing your base, as we've seen here with Space Waterfall. Because I think I called it, you know, fairly early into the game that Space Waterfall had an excellent economic setup. But unfortunately, through the aggression, I think coming in from, you know, Unity chat and Koala has been very proficient with his siege weapons. I think that, you know, Space Waterfall had been unable to convert his economic advantage into a game-winning advantage. So we can see here, they're just sort of cleaning through the base. But actually, what's pretty neat, Sorry, I just noticed that they're going for the Wonder Victory. Oh my
yes,
god!
Yes, we are going for the Wonder Victory, which is the thing
Hail Mary. It's the Hail
is
Mary. If we can't beat you, and look how many walls they're constructing a new Constantinople. Look at this. How many layers of walls have they got? They're saying, look, we can't beat you on the field, but you can't get to us. We will survive and we will cheese you out. There's nothing you can do. And we can see, I'm like searching the map to see if anybody else is building a wonder. I don't think they are. But they're going for the tried and true Hail Mary. They need a miracle. And it seems like they might just get one because this wonder is about to pop. And I'm pretty sure that the other team, Crayons, Koala, Unity Chat, they have no idea what's going on. So they might see that. And we can see that they've worked together as a team. Kande's got his fortifications. Blue's got his fortifications. And obviously, you know, Space Waterfall's got his stuff there as well. Like, they're all working together. This is something that they've come up together as a team. They've said, look, we've lost the engagements on the field. We can win another way. Are they going to pull it off? Let's find out, guys. Let's find out together. Oh my god. If they pull this off, I'm gonna go crazy.
To be fair, this is the right tactic. If you're on the back foot but still have enough to maybe delay the enemy, build a wonder, it's your last chance, basically. And we talked earlier about it. My prediction was this will not be a wonder victory. Maybe I will be proven wrong.
Yes. Oh, also, Kiara, it's a team game. So we have 3 versus 3. So on one team, you have Koala, who's orange. You have Unity Chad, who's yellow. You have Crayon, who is red. And the wonder goes up. You have Kande, who is cyan. You have Space Waterfall, who is green. And you have Blue, who is, well, blue. And the wonder's gone up. Oh my god, I wonder how everybody else is going to react. Because at the moment, Koala, Unity Chat, and Crayons seem content to just, mass up and continue fortifying. But I really think that we take a look at the Wonder victory, there's only, a few minutes. Like, it's only like 10 minutes or something like that until they actually lose. So I think they need to get moving. If we take a look here, I don't think that they can win in an engagement. But unless they can really move forward and attack and push through, they might get pipped at the post here. They might just lose at the end. I think Unity Chat is gotten really aggressive. I think he recognizes, that this is his time to move. Because we've played a few games in the past, a few team games in the long past, because we're old friends and everything. We've played a few games where wonders, like wonder victories, actually became relevant in a very similar situation. Where one team is decisively winning the military engagements, and the other side's like, you know what, screw you. You keep the map, I keep my corner, I put up the wonder, try and beat that. So we can see that JP is going very, very aggressive. He understands that they only have 270 years until they lose the game. So they really need to get into it. So we can see here, it looks like Crayon is also being aggressive, and we can see that Koala is also starting to mobilize. Here we go. We're moving into the final phase, friends. We're moving into the big confrontation, because I think that if Blue, Kande, and Space Waterfall are able to hold off in the next confrontation, it might be difficult to be able to get another army together. To be able to break through the wonder. Because here's the thing, Dom. They still have, especially Space Waterfall, they have a ton of resources left. So they can still continue building. If they have markets, they can convert their food and convert their wood into stone, so they can keep building castles. We can see here, and Blue, of that mind, is constructing a market, so they might actually get more trade that way. We can see they're just building more and more walls. So they don't have to win the engagement, they can lose all day long. But as long as the wonder stands, as long as they keep that wonder standing at the end of the 300 years, then they still win regardless, Because when the wonder stands, all you can do is just look in awe and just wonder how you lost a game where you won all the decisive engagements. Is that gonna happen?
Again, if this is now a total reversal of the pressure. The pressure is now on the winning team to get there on time, and this makes them maybe make mistakes.
Yes.
That's the best choice they had. It's like
It's the
making
best
Wanda
play.
putting pressure on you.
100%, because one of the things that I think may happen is that, you know, the fortifications will weaken heavily, but maybe they'll hold. And I don't know, because everybody's sort of tunnel vision into breaking through the defenses. I'm not sure if they'll be able to regenerate their armies in time, because what you need to do in situations like this is just push forward, push ahead, and you have the resources, so just keep producing in the background so that you can send it and keep the pressure up. But that's difficult to do in a situation like this. That's difficult to do in a situation like this. Look how many walls. You call it the Black Forest map? No, it's the Black Wall map. Look how many walls they've got. There's more walls than trees.
It's quadruple walls at times. This
Oh
is
my
amazing.
god. I actually think they might pull it off. We're already, it's a 300-year wonder victory, but they're already down to 200 years. And Blue's main base is still operational. I think they may have this. I think they may have actually reversed the tide. Oh, but we'll
The
see.
biggest issue that the other team has at the moment, they don't even know how many walls they have.
Yes.
And they don't commit fully to siege.
Yes.
If you are on the
Yes.
attacker side, you need to commit to siege or just scout ahead to see how many walls there are.
Yes,
Because they are still
I
building
agree.
as many walls as they
I
can.
agree 100%. And even, you know, Kiara's identified it as well in the chat. Like, you need to mass traps. You need to be able to break down these walls as quickly as possible. You know, you can break down all of their units. You can destroy all their units. You can take out the base. But if you can't take down those walls, and if you can't even get to the Wonder, then you are not going to win.
And Kiara is
Yeah, man.
entertaining us with political jokes as well. And
Oh,
everybody
no,
in chat
no,
is
no.
too. So this is
Oh,
just
no,
the
no,
comedian
no.
striking again. But like you're saying, like the base is now under heavy attack, but we haven't even realized that only 200 years are
200,
left.
yes.
Will we be able to go to even to the Wonder and put a dent on it in time?
Yes, exactly, Don. Because look how much time they're expending, you know, trying to take down the castle, trying to take down the wall. But like, when they get past this castle, let's check Fog of War. I want to see, do they know? Because when they get past this castle, they lack the critical information. They don't even know. Look, they don't even know how much fortification they've built up. They're gonna get past the castle and they're gonna realize there's no room, that there's no space, that it's walls all the way down. Look at this.
The biggest issue even is for them in where Fog of War the walls don't show up because they haven't scouted them.
Yes, but
So,
then in saying
they
that,
think there is nothing here, but that's an important
It's
thing
all
to know.
walls.
That it will only update when you visit it again.
I'm losing my mind because all game, you know, Crayon, Koala, and Unity Chat had the initiative. They had the advantage. The very first engagement, Unity Chat won a 1v2. And so all game, they were in the box seat. But they're going to lose at the very end thanks to the Wonder Strat. Oh, I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind, Dom.
I don't even know who to root for anymore. This is amazing.
Yeah, the ideal
I still
outcome.
don't see. Like,
I can't see who
Kiara
wins.
already identified it. Siege towers is a valid strategy in this case. Just go over the tower.
Yes, it is. Just dump your units on the other side of the tower, on the other side of the wall, because that may be the only shot that you got. I think, though, this is gonna come close. This is gonna be really close. I think Koala is pivotal because he really, and all game, he's invested heavily into Siege. So he will become, in my opinion, the pivotal player here. And how quickly can he break through this wall? Because if we take a look, Dominic, you know, the castles are down. The heavy fortifications are down. There's just walls now. There's just walls and a couple of towers, but no more castles. So realistically, because the thing is, they could ping at the Wonder. Once they get to the farms, they could just ping at the Wonder from range. They don't even need to engage further than that. However, they're running out of time. It's already more than halfway through. I actually don't think they'll make it. They'll get to the Wonder, but they still have to destroy it. They still have to take it down.
I think so too. Could you please take that fog of war box for one moment?
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know.
Where information is at the moment. This is the crucial thing we have. They don't.
Yes. They lack the critical information. They don't know. Because they see the farm, okay, but then they don't realize there's another, you know, fortification, another layer of like 3 walls in between, you know? See, like, look at this.
They are building even more walls in between. Now 10 walls in between, it seems like it.
They're going to win this. They're going to come
don't
back.
even have enough stone. They build palisade walls.
Oh my god! Even palisade walls! It doesn't matter if it's wood! It doesn't matter if it's stone! They just need the collision box to exist, Dominic! It just needs to be there!
And remember how I said earlier, they could just pull down with an Onaga or a
yes, they could go through the forest!
Which is faster!
They could!
It would be very faster to just go around the walls!
They could go through the forest, but they don't have any Onagas on hand because they've all invested heavily into the trebs. But if they actually had a whole bunch of Onagas, even if they only had 5 or 6, they could cut through the forest much quicker and probably be already at the farm by now where they can ping at the Wonder. And if they had that, they'd probably have the win. I think they can't get through. I'm calling it now. I'm calling my shot. I don't think they can actually destroy the Wonder.
Yeah, this they have no chance to destroy it if they don't change the strategy.
Yeah.
5 minutes ago, basically.
It's difficult. It's so difficult because there's so many walls.
Yeah, and this is another point of this map. We talked earlier about how defensive it is.
Yes.
And it's easy to defend, so this is a relativity. On Arabia, on Nomad, this is much harder.
Yes, 100%. This is I'm actually losing my mind in the hype of this moment because it's down to the wire. Both teams fighting desperately. The Oshi is in chat, and you can see everybody's like going as aggro as possible. One team is going as hard as they can. The other team is going as defensive as they can. Blue's still building more walls. Oh my god, I'm actually losing my mind. I think after this game, I need to like go and like lay down for like a few minutes. This is hype. We can see like they're instantly unpacking, and they're like trying to break through. I don't think they have the time. I really don't think they have the time. I think it's over.
Yeah, me neither.
Onagas, yes. Units can. So what happens is that Onagas have like they have like a fire on ground ability, and then so you can actually use Onagas and certain other siege weapons to demolish trees. So it's basically deforestation, and so you could do that to bypass the walls, because it takes how long to take down a layer of walls, but it only takes one volley to take down a whole bunch of trees. So you could just actually Onaga your way through here, and then like arrive here or wherever, and then just ping with the treads. So it is possible that they could have done this faster, but it's more exciting this way. It's more exciting this way. And yeah, I think Dominic played like a soundboard.
No, it's
not. What's that? Oh, okay. Oh, no.
Yeah. So, but it's really interesting. Maybe they don't even know. I'm interested to see and interview them later. What went through their mind, because I'm pretty sure now they are understanding the futility of the last 84 years of their life. This is... Yeah.
Oh no. It's a real Linkin Park moment. You tried so hard, and you got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter, Dom. It didn't even matter.
It really didn't even matter. It should have gone through the forward, just put one trebuchet up. The other party couldn't even have done anything. We don't have the resources to destroy a trebuchet, and it would just go down with one on the ground and one trebuchet.
Yes, they would already be attacking the Wonder at this point. In which case, I think they would have the victory.
Yes,
But they didn't.
definitely would have.
But they didn't. Oh.
Yeah.
They didn't.
And the interesting thing here again is they focus on the Wonder. We talked earlier about the other potentials. Like they could have gone for relatively.
Yes, they could have pressed the advantage, but they decided to not be so aggressive and just slowly amass their forces. And so you're right. We talked about it at the time that the hesitation may prove to be fatal, and it ended up as it potentially has been fatal. But wait, Koala started to mass his trebs. Koala, how much damage does this do? If he can get there in time, that does a lot of damage, Dom. That does a lot of damage. They may pull it back from the brink. Oh my god, Koala with the save. He's got the trebs in position. They're firing. Fire at will. The Wonder's already half down. We're in the last 50 years. Space needs to get on it and start repairing it. They need to have any chance.
But repairing won't work.
I think it's too late. It's too late. They've come through. They've come through. Koala coming in clutch. They broke through the walls. Call them Mr. Gorbachev because they tore down the walls and they took down the Wonder. And now come the spoils of war. They can see everybody's base is demolished. Everybody's base is destroyed. All the units are dead. And now, Crayons, Unity Chat, and Koala can take their victory. What a game! What a game, Dominic!
What a game! Yeah, what a game! And the last few walls, that was the issue I actually had a bit with them. I mean, just trebuchet over them. It's like...
It's over! It's over! They've called GG's!
It's over!
They've called GG's! That's the game,
GG's,
friends!
yeah.
That's the game! Oh, wow! Wow. Round of applause to all our players. What an amazing showcase of both strategy, skill, grit, and determination. That was amazing! Oh my goodness. And we still have another game to play? And I'm gonna die here. My blood pressure's spiking through the roof. I'm gonna collapse.
This was really exciting. Nice thinking outside of Berg. Lateral thinking.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah.
That was amazing because you could see, it started off as a relatively traditional match, and you could see as one side started to get on top of the other side in the military engagements, that the other side, because you saw how quickly they all adapted. You saw how quickly, Space Waterfall, Blue, and Candy got together for that. You saw how quickly they all got together for that. They built the walls together. So that was 100%, plan strategy. Okay, we may not be able to beat them militarily anymore, but we can pivot towards a Wonder victory. And they nearly got it. It was pretty close. There was only about 40, 30 years left. So, if it hadn't been for the Treb stacking, and I called it, I think, a little bit earlier that Koala was heavy on siege all game. If it wasn't for the Treb stack to be able to break down the walls as quickly as they did, it may have been, it may have been too late. It may not have been enough. But that was an amazing job. Applause to every one of our players.
Little shit.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Oh,
And here we are speaking with Koala now.
Yes. Welcome,
back.
Koala. What a game, dude. What a game. That was
Thank
sick.
you.
That was sick.
You as well. You're commentating, man. I watched the last part because you were on a delay. I watched the last part again. I was just sitting there like, oh, is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? Even though
your commentary was so sick, man.
No, but it was like the match itself was so hyped that I couldn't help it. You get absorbed into it. You get into it. That was an amazing visual match. Thank you so much.
We were like,
thank you so much.
Everybody's we were like, hey, let's do cockroach now.
Well, it almost worked. It was the right play, Candy. It was the right play. It almost worked.
When my first plan was to do it for the forest and then attack from behind, but that didn't work.
No, that was
But
great.
Turtling, that was the big brain moment. Really amazing play from both of you teams. Like this was really exciting, and you didn't put pressure on the game 2 at all.
Nothing to match, nah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
Oh,
that was a lot of
good one.
fun. That was sick. That was no, really well played by everybody because, like, you know, even going through the engagements and everything, like, I just have a lot of complimentary things to say about everybody. Like, you know, Unity Chad won the 1v2 early, Blue recovered instantly, you know, like everybody played really, really well. And what I think the defining aspect that I could see was that everybody was really tenacious. I thought everybody was really tenacious. You wouldn't give up because, like, you know, you have situations where people are not that experienced in the game. And then when things start to go against them, they sort of like throw in the towel and, you know, it's like, you know, but you know, everybody in this particular game just went at it to the death. And, you know, both teams had solid win conditions at the end, you know. You had the Wonder victory on one side and then you had the military victory on the other side, and both were viable victories. So I thought it was really good that nobody lost heart and that everybody just played to the bitter end because it made for a really entertaining finish.
Exactly.
Oh, thank you. You're way too kind.
No, I'm not complimentary enough. That was hype. That was so sick.
I mean, 90% of the hype was your commentary. Though.
I don't know,
The last
man.
one, it was like, oh, I knew how it ended, and I was still excited.
Oh, he did it the whole time. And to be fair, I would like for game 2 for somebody to be like with him as well. It's easier if you have somebody who knows a bit or just like talks a bit with the moderator, so he can even be more hype. And you all did amazing. This I've seen a lot of Age of Empires 2 games, probably in the
T90
thousands.
subscription.
This was amazing.
It was awesome. It was
I must
awesome.
say, for our team, Unity, absolute carry, I think, because you just protected the entire north side. So Crayons and I just didn't have to worry at all.
Yeah.
And we just went through the bottom.
Same with
Without you,
Thank you
Same
very
with Blue,
much.
though. He held the top for so long without any help.
Yeah.
But I sucked, though. So I was
No, everybody was good. Everybody was good. Everybody was good.
Glad that everybody
Really,
left me alone.
I
because
food
of,
blocked me twice.
Like,
and then I watch blocked
To
me
be
twice.
sneaky. I don't know if you noticed that I built a town center right
yes.
there.
What we were thinking when we saw the wall, we
Yeah,
have
but
been
we blocked
asked.
it in.
I was thinking like, really? Like, really, guys?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
so
I was so
Yeah,
frustrated
because
at
Dominic
that
and I were
moment.
like
Jesus
flipping
Christ,
on and
I
off.
was
Yeah, because Dominic and I were flipping on and off like the fog of war, and then we have the view of the whole map, so we could see all of the walls, and I was just going crazy. But then when we flip to your vision, your team's vision, you can't see all the walls. So like once you demolish the main base, there's like, okay, there's a wall. You demolish that base, that wall. Okay, there's another 3 walls, and then you demolish those 3. Okay, there's another 3 walls. You know.
That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to space them out so you always have to move your turboshell along. You
Yeah.
have to pack them down, pack them up again, and then see
That
another
was
wall.
such a pain.
So it was
I was
like-
fucking, like my hands were just shaking. Like no, select, no, select,
It
no,
was-
this one, this
it
one,
was-
this one.
It was really funny.
I wasn't shouting, but I was still like, please move your trebuchets out of the way. Move them out of the way. Move your trebuchets. You know, so I wasn't. It wasn't very.
That's really funny because like.
It wasn't relaxing minutes.
Yeah, because I was looking at it. Because I was looking at it, I was thinking like, you know, the walls aren't really gonna hold them back, but my god, this is gonna do some emotional damage by the time they get to the 4th layer of walls.
I'm almost broken, and we still have another game, so I'm like, yeah.
Oh, what? Actually, Unity Chat, can I?
The trebuchets are so effective that they didn't
Oh, they
need
are.
that many shots to actually damage the walls because.
Yeah, we were like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yes.
we got medium
You're right,
fighters,
Captain.
and they were gonna break through, and they
Yes.
come with like 20 trebuchets.
Hey, Unity, did you want to co-commentate? Are you playing the next game, or did you want to co-commentate with me?
I don't know who. I was in the second match, but if we find another player, but then someone else would need to host.
I mean,
Tom, if you want to host, I could co-commentate.
The issue is like, I would actually recommend Koala for the co-commentation because I don't know how to set the thing up.
Yeah.
That
works.
Just be blunt.
Yeah, that works.
Sure.
That
Okay,
works.
then I can play and suffer once more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it would also be ready to play again.
What?
There'll be
I
the
mean-
second game, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, we already put like divided the teams. So,
Yeah, the math has been done.
Exactly.
Ah,
God. Who
So
am I dragging down now?
Let me get my button. No, my pen and
Yeah,
my.
you set the stuff up and just tell us what we need to.
Okay, yeah, numbers.
I'm totally not pressured now that this amazing game happened.
Okay, I don't know. It's
amazing.
we were all like
I
we
was-
have.
I was average, maybe at best.
Like,
For your humility.
for, like
Well,
even Kande,
if-
like your early game was really good. Like we both,
It was?
Kwasi and me were. Yeah,
It was.
actually-
We noticed
we said
very quickly
twice.
how we noticed that you were advancing like very quickly, and we were wondering if that was gonna like potentially translate into like an early raid. But no, actually at the beginning, yeah, like everybody, it looked like people had different strategies to go up because I
Yeah.
noticed, for example, Space Waterfall sort of elongated his feudal age a little bit, and he got a really heavy like village elite to get his economy up really, really quickly. So like you could see the sort of different strategies with like the different players, but no, I think everybody had pretty strong points. So it's like,
And for instance, like the strong points for Koala's
You'll
play, I
have to
think was
explain
the
what my
Swatch Tower.
strong points were because I have no idea.
Koala
For
did
you,
like really great wall work that
Yeah,
basically
that
set
was
up.
fast. I said,
color
oh,
was it?
he's building up those walls pretty fast. Like,
Yeah,
Which color were you,
And-
Crayon?
orange. Koala was orange, and
Oh,
he safeguarded
yeah,
all like trade routes in the back.
We,
so that
we
was
noticed
really
almost immediately that you had a gap in your wall because we brought a scout into
with the
you.
red one.
my green scout got inside, and I was, oh, there's a gap.
Okay,
And then we didn't capitalize it on it all at all.
okay, we have to like I don't know how we divide it because I'm like looking at my sheet and we have like myself with a number 6, then Beats with a 5, Kande with a 4, Kazi with a 4, Dom with a 4, and Kaito with a 3.
all right.
Those
So
are
can you
self-assigned
can you,
numbers,
like-
by the way. I didn't come up with
sorry,
them.
can you like sort all of that stuff out? I need to be right back because like I woke up at like 7 a.m. but like I haven't had breakfast
thank you
yet,
for that, by the
and
way.
like I'm dying. I need to eat something.
Breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, I'll be back in a couple of
That's
minutes.
fine, that's
I'll be back in a
fine.
couple
We
of
can
minutes.
eat. I wouldn't mind to eat a
let's say
Pokeball.
we make a 5 to 10 minute break.
Okay.
Yes. I got some food that I want to get my teeth in.
I did totally forget to take my meds. I should probably do it now.
Yeah,
Yes.
like it's that's a
your
good time. Now,
chickens.
yeah, it's going to eat something. Okay, it's it's
You
just
too.
now.
Take your meds.
Okay,
Right. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Interesting thing
I'll
is,
be right back.
Koala, you
Yes.
are okay right now to entertain the people a bit?
I'll try my best. I'm certainly
Oh,
not
perfect.
falling asleep with my
Yeah.
heart palpitations at the moment. But
Nice.
Yeah, me
Unity,
neither.
we changed the voice chat, which is not the one Kwasti's in at the moment, and put
what
the other
we-
people down.
which one?
I can help entertain if I can be of any help.
Yes.
I mean,
Sure,
I
sure.
can also help. I just
Of course, of
watched,
course.
so
I can't entertain.
We
Just
just
sit
go
here.
Yeah.
to bed now.
so, this was my first ever game. And I'm like hooked now.
You didn't show it at all, though. You
It
played
was
really
my
good.
first
Really? Because I just did random bullshit.
Yeah, because you. It seemed like you understand that like this counters this and this counters this, or
Oh no,
I didn't.
not at
I
all.
still don't. I played this for like I don't know years, but I still don't.
But I just was like,
Wow.
oh, these guys, they have like a little wheelie thing with multiple barrels. That must be good if like a big
Yeah.
group comes in. Let's just spam those.
They were
There
so
wasn't
annoying.
any big thinking.
Yeah, for me it was like, okay, I don't get gold, I don't get stone. Okay, what doesn't cost gold or stone? Yeah, let's do those. And send them to the deaths.
Get the cheap ones.
I mean,
yeah, at the end, I had to do that too. Because my gold ran out, I didn't have any gold reserves, I did not have time to find more gold, and some spam trading some food for 14 fucking gold. Just click, 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 click.
yeah, I sold everything to go into stone at the end.
Yeah, we needed stone. We were lacking stone.
Yeah, I didn't notice, but I really boxed myself in way too early.
I mean, that's because you build all those walls.
Yeah,
We need to build. Yeah,
I like my walls.
I built a lot of castles and towers just to stall.
Oh, that was so hype. Only 30 more years.
Only 30 more years. So close.
I was getting so close. I was saying to Unity, like, "Oh God, are they just gonna win now? That's going so quick. Is it?
It would have been
no,
so
it's fine. It
undeserved.
just looks like it. It just looks like it.
It would have been so undeserved. Just go, okay, we box ourselves in. Okay, good game.
Good game.
Oh, still valid strat. It would still be deserved because you played really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like thinking this would take forever, but like 3 shots of a trebuchet was enough to like bring the wall down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the biggest problem was fitting all of the trebuchets in there.
They're too big.
We could have like logistics wise been a bit more like just like have them layered, like have like a back layer attacking the closest wall, and then like a layer a bit closer attacking like one wall further, and just like spread them out a bit. And because trebuchets can actually also attack
They're on
trees.
idle meeting and food and food.
Oh, you?
No. I just saw beer be in 5 minutes.
Yes, and then smiley face.
Smiley face. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, chat. Thank you.
Very important.
I do agree. There you go.
Yes. Now, imagine Kiara doing that now too. Or I mean, she might be gone now.
Maybe not for the next time.
Not for the next
I
time.
mean, there is a stream on 10 a.m.
Is there?
True.
Oh,
She
God.
might want
It
to
would be
wake
so
up
funny
early.
if she just hosts us and basically commentates over the commentate. Oh yeah, we also had a secret base behind your base that we kind of dug out from the trees,
Yeah.
and we sent out people, but it didn't matter.
Also, there was like one trebuchet of you guys from Space Waterfall, because it had a green outline and it was like hidden in the trees, so you could actually not see it until it started shooting.
Yeah.
Oh, we fucking
Yeah. I was sneaky. I was sneaky all the way.
And like this only works because Space Waterfall's color is green. If it was like red or yellow, it would have stood out. But no, it was green, so you could actually. I was like, okay, we're getting attacked from where? And then I was like, I hovered and saw the outline. Oh, there.
Yes, I was one with nature.
It was really hard to see my my units when
Not
they were
fauna.
out of the
Yeah, and then
CS1.
you did like the counter attack with your skirmishers, and I mean I wasn't too worried because I had like the towers, but also had like a castle, and I could just like spam a bit more units.
Wawa be chilling.
What is? I really don't understand, Steven. What the fuck is everyone doing in chat?
Why are they unhappy? Are you not entertained?
Are you not
Wawa
entertained?
broke the smiley face chain.
Okay, who do we kill for entertainment now?
Okay.
Who dies?
Who was it? Who was the first one?
I'm scrolling.
I mean,
Oh, it was Uber
it would be
and
weird.
then Moondog, and then Koala.
It would be a giant power move to ban Kiara for this though.
Jesus Christ. Time out.
Let's go.
Time out.
Joking.
It's a chore.
You're
no,
joking.
I'm not a mod, so I can't, Yeah.
Oh,
What?
Thankfully,
another
there is a
one,
mod on this
some idea.
particular channel.
There are 40 people watching. What the fuck?
What the fuck? What?
Oh, 40 people? Imagine
just
all
that
those
one
people in
thing.
one room.
That would be a lot of people. and that would get
Imagine the
inside.
smell.
Imagine the smell.
Oh, I
That's-
don't. I
Do you
don't
have the
have
shirt?
to. I,
Do
I've
you
been to
have the
cons
shirt?
before? Okay.
That's a lot of people to disappoint.
Ah.
I've been to this
Oh,
server's.
don't worry. I do that on a
D&D
regular
before, okay?
basis.
Okay, this sounds not sexual, or that you're a really bad streamer, or both.
Well, both, because I don't normally stream. So.
Me neither. I streamed for the first time on Twitch.
Nice.
Hey.
Hey, nice. I'm not doing that yet, but in the future I will. Just plan once I get my voice up.
There was even someone who typed something.
Oh.
Someone I don't know.
Oh,
hello.
was it
Sorry for
me?
bothering
New chatter
you.
based.
Yeah, my first chatter.
Immediately.
Wow. Hello,
Like, can
sorry
we-
for bothering you. I want to offer promotion of your channel. Viewers, followers, views, chatbots, etc.
Oh, you know what you should
Price is
do?
lower than any competitor. The quality is
Oh,
guaranteed to
really
be the
legit.
best. Flexible and
Yeah,
convenient.
you know what
Order
you should do?
management panel, chat panel, everything
Yes.
is in your hands. Turn it on, off, customize. Go to Streamrise RU.
Oh yes. This is
Oh,
your best
yes.
first
Oh,
chat,
yes.
chat ever.
Yeah, you know what you should
I'm
do?
fucking strong.
Someone
You
wants to
should
promote
give
you.
the
You hit it
subscription
big
to
now.
that extremely legitimate chatter. You know, it's
Ooh,
like
Yeah.
so
it's
someone new to the stream. They're obviously a real person, and they're engaging in the
Obviously.
stream in a very organic manner. You know, they deserve to be rewarded.
Yeah, Resilient Shell 6.
Oh, this is my bot. Sorry.
Oh, your butt. Keep your butt on on the leash.
Sorry. He gets out of a cage sometimes.
yeah,
Or basement.
yeah, he escapes sometimes.
He escaped.
I mean, this is what mods do, don't they?
They escape out of
They
basements.
escape. That's what
Yeah.
they do.
Uh,
Yeah, so
Fun.
how's everybody going?
I have-
there? How's everybody going?
I have a sake. I'm gonna get it.
I'm alright.
That's good.
I was in the zone.
I don't blame you. That was a really that was a hype finish. That's all I gotta say. That was a sick finish, and that was a really good play to not only go for that victory, but identify that was the best way to win at that point. I think that was.
Oh, I'm gonna take all the credit.
We were
That's all
like,
me.
we can't do anything. If we put a wonder in the corner somewhere and wall it off.
We were like, yeah, this is not gonna.
I have the resources for wonder, and they were like, we have resources for
Near
walls.
the
And
end, I was just spamming cavalry because I was like, yeah, I'll just create a big cavalry, and they were always wiped out, so it was never a big cavalry, but it got the job.
yeah,
Yeah, whoever had those what was it, crossbow men that were with flaming arrows, everything fucking melted by them.
oh, that was me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the Chinese special unit.
Wait, they were yours?
Oh, yeah,
No,
Chico
they
Nu,
actually
Chico
had
Nu.
them as
Because
well.
you're playing as
Oh.
the Chinese, right?
Chinese.
Yeah.
They have their special unit. Also had crossbows or bows.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was the Chico Nu is it's like machine gun crossbows basically.
Oh, see, I don't know because this is the first time I play as the Chinese because it was randomized.
Random. Okay. Wait.
I only played Goths and Teutons before.
Okay. That makes sense. And it would have been a bit of an adjustment because, Chinese are more of an archer-based civilization, whereas Goths and Teutons are much more infantry-based. So it's a little bit of a different play style. But also, well, I can't remember. Was everybody random, or did some people
we were
choose?
all random.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
All
They
random.
insisted on random.
Based chaos, based. Hello.
I only played the tutorial, which was with the Scots, and I had the Slavs, and I had no idea which unit was.
Well, I started playing 3 weeks ago and never touched AoE before that in any way, other than watching Kiwawa play.
That's fair.
I
actually
It's maybe
started playing
sacrilege, but they didn't
yesterday.
even do that.
I actually really like that
We did
because
the tutorial
no
yesterday.
time.
yeah, I have the huge
Oh.
like nostalgia buff because I played Age of Empires and a lot of other shows. Like Dom and I talked about it a little bit. Like you have that natural progression. Like okay, Age of Empires, Age of Mythology, Empire, Earth, like Warcraft 3 and all of that stuff. So it's like I played that like 20 years ago or whatever. But it's actually really cool to see like people getting into the genre for the first time. The fact that the game still exists in the state that it does right now with the definitive edition, but then also just the fact that like Kiara's like inspiring people to try it for the first. I find that really cool because it's like like the streamers and stuff are giving a new lease on life on like really old and beloved games. So like to me that warms the heart a little. I gotta be honest.
Yeah. Like same for her sponsorship for Star Ocean. I started playing that too, and I really like it. I got further than Kiwawa on her sponsorship stream, and yeah.
The call out. Get dumped on.
Not like this. Not here.
I mean, I would like it if she would continue it, but no pressure. No, just.
I mean, just sponsor her and she'll continue.
I should sponsor.
I mean, you want her to continue, right?
Be the change you want to see.
Hugs and kisses.
Okay, Koala just posted. Match 2 is Unity, Kazi, Kaito, Dom, Candy, and Salubrious. Okay. So
I think, right? Because that's in the that was in the Discord. So I hope that's correct. It's all of them in the other voice channel.
In the other channel, right? Yes. Okay. I'll just ask Unity to ping me when the game starts, because this was an issue with the first game as well, where you actually can't spectate a game until it starts, and so people in chat might be like, oh, how come you're not like spectating the lobby and stuff like that. I actually can't. You can't spectate lobbies. You can only spectate games once they start, which is a little unfortunate, but I mean, I think it worked fine with the first game, so there's no real issues, right?
Yeah. Wait, I have a question, because I never did this before. This is the first time I'm playing multiplayer too, and with real human beings. I mean, chicken beings.
Yeah, human is a stretch.
Human is a stretch. Can if you notice the lobby and have the password, can just anyone go in and spectate?
So hi.
Yes.
We are almost
I'm
ready.
pretty sure, yes, because I think Dom had his own feed up of his own spectating, because there's a bit of a delay when like you're watching a stream of a spectate that's delayed in itself, so so yeah, you should be able to go in, and if you want to spectate and see it from your own POV, then I think you can do that. Yes.
Cool. Never knew that, and maybe someone in chat also didn't know, huh?
Question mark?
Huh?
I mean, do they want to fill in the password is another question.
I mean, for
spectating, you don't need to put in the password, so it should be fine.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, maybe. No, I don't know, because I never put in a password.
Hakisan is also there spectating.
Okay. Like I never put in a password, so it's like, oh, is it just because I'm Steam friends with Unity? Who knows?
Nepotism.
Yeah. Hey, brother, if it works, it works. Yeah, but I think I think they'll let me know, or Unity will let me know when he starts. So I think at this point, at this point it's just they've got their own team chats as well. That makes sense. So out of curiosity, because like I know that you guys have done like KFP game nights and Okay, Dom's just pinged me. Oh, we're starting. I know you guys have done stuff before, but like, you know, if you guys ever wanted to try it with like someone commentating, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah.
Give him a call out. His channel is right here.
I have to correct the record. I'm an infiltrator. I'm technically like I love all of Hollow Myth, but technically I'm not a chicken. Technically I'm not a chicken. So I'm an infiltrator.
Sacrilege.
It's
get the.
It's over.
We do need like a objective commentator, so it makes sense that it's not KFP who's commentating.
All right, so we're going in for the game. So team 1, Kazi, Dom, Salubrious Beats, and then team 2, Candy, Unity, Chad, and who was the last one again?
Kaito.
Kaito. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Got across.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm spectating.
So we have the initial Dark Age build, and we can see that a lot of the players are already just spamming villages. I mean, look, you know, when we talk about Dark Ages, we have the treaty length of 15 minutes. So, you know, the first 5 or 10 minutes is not going to have a lot of action. It's just, you know, the various players like sort of optimizing their initial runs, trying to gather as much food and potentially wood as possible so that they can support villager production, as well as do, you know, some light scouting, that kind of thing. Oh no, chat's turned against me. Everybody was so supportive of my commentating, but I said, oh, I'm not a chicken, actually I'm a gator. Everybody's like, what? Get him!
Of course.
Of course.
You said like the worst phrase you could have.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
In this case.
Who let this...
and don't you know we start wars with the Takudachi on the slightest provocation?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
So, yeah, into the fryer with you.
Who let this alligator into the chicken coop?
Some fried up gator.
Oh no. I didn't know you were from Florida.
Number 1, I'm a Gosling, so
it's fine. I'm honorary.
Edible, so
I'm
gator,
honorary KFP.
Everything is gay.
No, but we can see, yeah, for the most part, let's okay. So if we enable Fog of War, I want to see what everybody else has scouted out so far. So we can see from Unity Chad's side, he hasn't, you know, been able to scout too much. He's scouting in the immediate area, and I feel like part of that is just because he's looking for sheep. And then if we take a look at some of the other players, we can see that Kazi has actually done a bit more in-depth scouting. You can see he's already gotten his way down to Dom, but that's fine. So we can see he's actually establishing, which is pretty clever, he's establishing a line of sight from himself to his allies. So we can see first he established a line of sight to Dom's town center, and now he's doing it for Salubrious's town center. So take a look at Dom's POV. Okay, so he's using it mainly to hunt sheep at the moment, and that would be, you know, pretty standard because, look, you know, sheep are a pretty good resource of, you know, free food. And so if you use your scout initially to find the surrounding sheep in the area, that makes it easier for you to get a little bit of a resource lead early compared to if you had to rely on going straight to berries to forage, just because, you know, you have to build the additional resources in order to construct a mill, and you also need to spend the time building that. So the more that you can obtain free food before needing to build any buildings, then the better, right? And you can also do that once you have enough villages. You can also do that with the boar, because the boars have a lot of food on them, but obviously they're pretty tough and they can actually kill a villager 1v1. So what happens quite a lot is what's called a boar law. And so essentially you use one villager to ping the boar at distance, and then the boar will start chasing after that villager. And so you use that villager to kite the boar back to your group of villagers, and then all of them shoot him, and then you can extract the resources pretty efficiently. Like I said, the longer that you can delay needing to make a mill, and the longer that you have free, quote-unquote, free food resources, then the better your build will be, because you will have more comparative food to make more villages and, you know, create that economic advantage in the early game. That was a lot to take in, especially like if you're pretty new to the game. So don't worry too much.
I get it.
Don't worry too much about it at all. Don't worry about it. But yeah, at the moment, everybody's just sort of chilling. We can see that Unity Chad has divided his resource allocation between sheep, berries, and wood, which is fair. Let's just take a look at Salubrious Beats. Oh, Beats is doing the he's doing the boar lure, and he gets it right under the town center, which is good to see. So he used one villager to bring the boar in, and then as the rest of his villagers was gathering food from the sheep, once the boar gets within range, everybody just attacks the boar. You kill the boar, and then you get all that free food. So that was really well played.
Yummy.
Yep. And we can see that Kazi's also gone for the boar lure. So I think like a lot of these players are pretty high level, I think, because they're already carrying out, pretty strong strats in the early game, and it doesn't make a whole lot of difference by the time you get to Imperial Age and you're fighting each other with trebuchets and everything. Not really, it doesn't make a big difference by that point, but it's all about just playing efficiently and min-maxing and that kind of thing, and so they've done very well with regards to that. So we can see, what's that? A pig, okay. So we'll take a look at Kaito. So Kaito hasn't done the boar lure at the moment, and there's actually a few boars. So some people have a couple of boars. So we can see that, for example, Kazi did the boar lure, but at the same time he has a couple of pigs that he hasn't scouted out, and I think he has a few idle villagers. So he may be cooking something, but at the moment he's got a few idle villagers, and he may fall a little behind if he doesn't reallocate them quickly, I think. Because
I do hope he's cooking some pig.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he got the boar meat. He can certainly cook,
Yeah.
So we take a look.
Got that.
Yep. We take a look at Beats now, Salubrious. So he started to build up a preliminary defensive line. So we can see here that there's like a yellow line, a yellow square that surrounds each of the bases, and that's just that is for the treaty. So we have a mode here where we play with something called treaty, which means that you can't attack other players for the first 15 minutes of the game, and you also can't build outside of your sort of walled off area designated by this yellow square. And so some of the players, especially the ones that are like on the edge of their team, so for example you have Salubrious Beats, who is next to Unity Chad, and then for example you also have Kaito Cross, who is next to Dominic. Potentially they may want to build walls around their sort of area to build like a preliminary fortification, so that when the action starts and potentially enemies might do some early raiding, so it would just close the possibility of that up. And if we take a look, let's take a look at the resource allocation at the moment. So it seems like Dominic is pretty low on overall resources, but if we take a look at production and overall score, yeah, it's partially because we have like heavy villager builds. So I think a few of the players have learned that, okay, while there's the treaty, while there's the big amount of time where nobody can attack, we'll use this time to gather food and build as many villages as we can. Because having the villager lead in the early game can help you economically into the mid game, and then into the late game potentially, and set you up. And we can see that a lot of the, I would say, more experienced players at this, so we talk about Unity Chad, we talk about Salubrious Beats, and we talk about Dom, all of them have invested pretty heavily into their villages, with villager counts around 20, right? But obviously, since the treaty length is going to end in a couple of minutes, you don't want to spend too long making villages, because if you're spamming villages in the Dark Ages, then other people are going to advance to the Feudal Age, and you leave yourself open for raids. So, you have to balance that, and it's competing priorities, right? And part of it is context. So if you do good scouting, so we'll take a look at Fog of War, and we can see that Unity Chad, if we take a look at his line, he's done a beeline straight into Dominic's base, or like his opposing side. So he's using his scout rather aggressively while the treaty length is still in action, because he wants to see how developed his opponents are and what they're doing.
So it's not necessarily that, you know, he's able to attack or anything, but it's more that he knows or he has an idea of what they're getting up to so that he knows how to plan his build, you know? And so if we take a look at some of the other players, let's say we take a look at Dominic on the other side. Dominic is, like, he's got his scout, and it's not 100%, but I think he has the same idea. It's just, and we talked about this a lot when he was commentating with me in the last game, whereas the issue is that if you're juggling multiple priorities, let's say economy, scouting, building, it's really easy to lose track of things. And so you leave one aspect of your build sort of left behind while you focus on the other builds. And I think that may be what's happening with Dominic right now, whereas he's starting to build his fortifications, and it's kind of clever that he's using houses, because houses serve a dual role. They're stronger than palisade walls, they have more HP, but then obviously they advance your population. So, and this is something that I did a little bit, wherein he actually uses buildings to supplement his walls, or as part of his wall formation. Because, like, yes, the palisades are cheaper, but they have less HP. So technically, houses serve the dual role where they give population cap, and then they also serve as like an impromptu wall in the early game. So that's pretty clever. That's pretty clever. And we take a look. Okay, they're starting to research technologies where they have shared POV now. So Dominic can see what Kazi sees, who can see what Salubria sees. So if we take a look, and now we can see that Kazi is much more active. Like, these guys are much more active in scouting right now. We can see that Dominic is manually, getting his guys to sort of scout the map, and they don't want to be in a position where, because we talked about this in the last game, Dominic and I, wherein, you know, one side scouted much better than the other side, and it enabled them to sort of plan their entries a lot better, you know, plan their attacks a lot better. And so I think Dominic must have been pretty insistent, like, okay, we need to use our scouts, you know, while the treaty's still up, and get a good lay of the land. And so let's take a look at another perspective. Let's take a look at Kaito, for example. So Kaito, what he's doing like a sort of spiral scout motion, where he's taking his scout and then slowly expanding his field of view. But I think at this point, he doesn't have shared vision with his allies, so he doesn't necessarily know what they're really up to. And we can see, like, Unity Chat's probably the most aggressive scouter, I think. Because what he's doing is, like, he's using his scout to go right deep into, like, each of the enemy bases. And he knows that, okay, you know, I'm not going to be able to do damage. I'm not going to be able to raid. But hey, I know that, let's see, let's undo the fog wall. Like, I know that Kazi is walling up. I know that Dominic, you know, is in the middle position. So he gets all of that information. He also gets a location of certain relics and the like. So, I don't know. It's really good play from Unity Chad overall. So it'll be interesting to see how it pans out later in the game once they actually start engaging. Because it's fine to be, you know, strong in the early game. It's fine to have an early lead. It's fine to be a strong player. And Unity Chad was a strong player in the last game as well. Very strong player. Though I would actually argue that Koala's Siege focus kind of won them the game. If it wasn't for the Treb spam, I don't think they would have cracked through the walls. I will say that. But I do think that Unity Chat has been a very consistent contributor. But in saying that, you know, it's like you can't 1v3 in this game, right? You have to have a strong team. Everybody has to work together. You can't solo an opposing team. So,
true.
You know, so it's good that he's playing well, but it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, they'll take the victory, right? So. But yeah, okay, so we have all vision now, because I'm sick of only seeing 30% of the map. I want to see the whole map, you know? I want to see everything. So we're seeing the whole map now, and we can see some of the builds start to take place. Kaito is heavily going in villages, so he's reached the feudal age. I wonder if it's because he has a little bit of a... Let's see. No, he's got a decent amount of villages already. But he's going all in on villages, and I think he may try to elongate. Oh, wait, red? Oh, we can see... this cheeky bastard! So... so Unity Chad we're still in the feudal age. He's going in with like a scout rush raid on Salubrious Beats, and he's coming. But Salubrious Beats has the spearman. He's gonna get counterpicked, and his scout cavalry are gonna get demolished by these spears. Oh no, he went in. He was cheeky. He went in for the quick play to try and disrupt Salubrious's economy, but he's been walled in with that scout cavalry. So he's tried to play cheeky and he's gotten punished. He's done the proverbial F around and find out, and he's found out what happens when you try and take a scout cavalry into a mob of spearmen. So, well done, Salubrious Beats. Great defense. Great defense.
Nice.
You can see everybody's like building rather steadily so far. So yeah, but before I got to that, Kaito looks like he might be trying to elongate his feudal age a little bit because he's investing heavily in villages. So one thing that you like, you know, a couple of the strategies that you can do, there are some people that want to, you know, rush into castle age, and so what happens is that they reduce the amount of time that they're in the feudal age, and so they build a lot of their villages in the Dark Age. They get into feudal age, they try and make that as quick as possible, and then they sweep into the castle age, start making knights, and then start raiding. But I think Kaito might be actually doing the opposite, where it looks like he may be elongating his feudal age so that once he gets into castle age, his economy is strong enough to boom him into the imperial age and boom him into a stronger endgame. We can see though, holy cow, Dominic is the wall builder. He's walled off like half the map. He's walled off half the map. Look at this. Oh my god. And they're just pinging each other's markets. They're pinging the market so that they can get the trade carts going. I don't think it's particularly resource efficient to do early, because the trading carts cost a lot of resources to do. However, you know, obviously a method of obtaining quote-unquote free gold will be good over time. So I don't know who's pinging that, but they're really insistent, like, hey, I got my market here, hurry up. Build the trading carts, let's go. Okay, it seems like, wow, interesting builds. Okay, so it looks like Salubrious, Dominic, and Kazi have all built up defensive fortifications. So they've all walled off their towns with palisade. But actually, on the other end, it seems like Unity, Chad, Candy, and Kaito Cross have done the opposite. They're not even bothering to build walls. So that says to me that they probably plan to be a bit more aggressive, or they're a bit behind in their defensive sort of planning and organization. Because if we take a look, maybe it's a communication thing. Because we can see that, you know, Salubrious, Kazi, and Dominic are very coordinated. Like, look how they've essentially walled off the entire map. Because if we take a look at that, you know, the way that it intersects through the different forests and everything, like there's only one sort of choke point, and it's at the very end of the map. And that will be a difficult choke point to see if you're playing on the opposing team, because you have to rush your army through all of this territory in order to find that open point. But otherwise, it's like, you know, they link together. So for example, you know, Dom and Kazi, like their walls like directly link together. So I think one side is playing a lot more defensively than the other, but we'll see how it plays out, because because palisade walls don't really last that long. So I don't know if it's going to pay off, but it might be good in the initial engagements because it forces the opposing team to sort of walk around the walls, and they don't, you know, they walk around the walls, and then that forces them into a choke point, which, you know, you can take advantage of. So it depends to see. We'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. I think it still could go either way. If we take a look at populations right now, it seems like Salubrious has the largest villager population, but it looks like Unity Chad is really starting to invest in military, more so than the other players. I think he might be going in for an early raid. And if we take a look, let's see, he's researching Castle Age. Salubrious is also researching Castle Age. So I would say at the moment, Beats and Unity are probably the two strongest players on the field in terms of advancement. They've already had the minor skirmish which Salubrious was able to win. But I would also say that Unity Chad has been very aggressive with his scouting. You can see that the scout is still in the corner behind Salubrious's base. So he actually will know whether Salubrious is intending to build in that direction. And I think, just me, I think you may have a little bit of trauma from the last game where, you know, the other team was able to build a wonder in the very corner of the map. He's like, all right, I'm going to plant... He's like, all right, I'm going to plant my scout there.
You know who you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to plant his scout there. It's like, all right, nobody's going to build in this corner. Nobody's going to get past me. And we can see that Salubrious Beach has just advanced to Castle Age, followed very closely by Unity Chad and Candy as well, who's also... I wonder if they're playing random civilizations as well, because Candy seems to be Chinese, but we'll see how we go. I think I've got people mixed up there, so we'll see how we go.
I think they're random.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah, like the first game.
Yeah. Because I don't see why they changed the rules for the second game, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, looks like Dom might be scouting pretty aggressively. Okay, yeah. It seems like Kaito is definitely elongating his Feudal Age build because he's not advancing yet, but as most of the other Civs are either in Castle Age or advancing to Castle Age. Someone's... Okay, there's a relic. Okay, so definitely I would say Salubrious, Kazi, and Dom are very different. Like if we take a look at Dom there, he's actually garrisoning. Could you click the... Okay, someone's saying, can you click the score button on the top right of the map? Wait. Oh, you want to see the score? Okay, fair enough. No worries. So, Dom, I think, is actually playing a little sneaky here. So, one thing that's very clever, I don't know if this will pay off, but since he's playing very defensive with the rest of his team, I think he's waiting for that initial contact to come in. And if you actually take a look at his barracks, they've got the flags up, and that means that there's units garrisoned inside that building. So actually, you know, he may be trying to bait an opponent to attack into him, and they'll say, oh look, he's just got palisade walls and there's like a barracks there, but we can just roll through, there's no units, and then bam, the barracks is going to eject like 10 units and then it's all over, you know? So I think potentially he may be playing a little sneaky. He wants to play a little bit of the counterpunch game where he will invite the initial, engagement, but then counterpunch them and demolish an opposing enemy stack, with his garrisoned units. And then obviously if nothing comes, then, you ungarrison them and then you mass them into a more aggressive force, right? But yeah, I want to focus on Salubrious a bit. I think that one of the pivotal matchups here, especially because they're right next to each other, is Unity Chad versus Salubrious Beats. Because, like, for my mind, I would think that these two are probably the two strongest players on the field, but then they're also right next to each other, right? You look at Kaito, but it's not just that. Like, the physical geography is that their two bases are actually pretty close together. There's not a lot of no man's land in between their two bases, especially because Unity Chad isn't building walls. If you take a look at the other border players, so for example, you have Kaito on one side and then you have Dominic on the other side, there's actually quite a bit of space in between, right? There's actually quite a bit of space. So that would prolong like the amount of time it would take until an engagement could form, whereas between Unity Chad and Salubrious, they could actually go at it pretty quickly if they needed to. I think I've been talking non-stop for like 10 minutes. I need like...
Yes.
I mean, you're good at it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I don't know what to say most of the time. I'm still a noob. I like to listen. I'm learning.
Maybe
just
we're
by
really bad co-hosts here.
No. Having people in like the voice chat with me actually really helps a lot. Because like, if I initially like was okay with doing it all myself, but it's like it gets lonely, brother. You know, it's like you want other people to say stuff too. So nah, it's good. It's good. I'm glad you guys are here. I'm glad you guys joined. Okay, we can actually start to see like Salubrious, and I think like they're starting to trade with the markets. So I wonder if no, it doesn't seem like the other side has done that yet. We can see Salubrious actually starting to harass Unity Chat with one of his scouts as well. You know, a little bit of payback from earlier. And, you know, like earlier, you know, another reversal. Unity Chat is able to come up with the Spearman to take out that scout. However, I actually do think this may be... It's hard to say, because it's still early time. It's still an early game. If we take a look at the score, you might think, oh, okay, Unity Chat is, like, so ahead of everybody. He's gonna, like, run away with it. I actually think... I don't think so. I actually think that it's gonna be very, very close, because... what I see at the moment, you know, this is like the difference between like a star player and a star team, right? If anybody's into sports, you know, champion team versus champion player, right? Where I think that at the moment, Unity Chat seems to be the strongest player on the field. But just because you have the markets and the shared fortifications, I feel like the teamwork and maybe the communication between Kazi, Beats, and Dominic is probably a little better right now.
Yeah, it does seem like that.
And then as we know, you know...
with the sneaky scout.
Yeah, yes, Candy's actually... Oh, Candy's got some knights up, and he is actually trying to poke a hole through that palisade wall of Salubrious. And so how is he going to react? Does he have the armies to sort of defend his territory? I'm not sure he does. He had spearmen earlier. I'm not sure what happened to them. Okay, they're moving out now. He's got infantry coming in. However, Candy's in with the knights. They've broken down the walls and they're going for those villagers. Look at that. They've zeroed in tunnel vision on those. And they've just they're just going right after those gold miners, which is actually going to cause quite a bit of trouble, because not only do you lose those resources, but the spearmen are coming in. They better disengage quickly, and it looks like they are. Yeah, but the raid looks like it's been effective so far. If Candy can get out without losing any knights, because Salubrious has lost all of his gold miners. They're like just like that. And you not only lose, you know, gold mining production, but you lose the food associated with the villages needed to make them, and you need to spend time remaking those villages. However, Beats had walled in his territory very well, so it seems like if Candy wants to get out of there, he's going to have to leave the same way that he came in. But maybe while, you know, she may have to leave the same way that she came in, but maybe while she's there, she can do a little bit of extra scouting and just see what kind of setup they have in their sort of base. But if we take a look now, let's see what the other players are doing. So Candy, she's really massing a lot of military in this game. We can see the Chikunu starting to mass up. We can see the Knights, which are very good, and we can also see Kaito starting to mass up a little bit of military. I swear, Dominic is like the hidden. He's like the hidden guy with potential here, because his units are like garrisoned in that barracks. We don't know how much army I mean, you can check the menu, but it's like, you know, the other players don't know how much army that he actually has. So it could be, you know, he looks deceptively weak. He's probably a lot stronger than people give him credit for. We can see Kazi now has also advanced to the castle age, and we can see Beats is pivoting heavy into military unit production. I think that potentially Unity, Chad, and Candy have identified that Salubrious Beats might be the best player on the team, and so they're trying to take him out, or they're trying to hamper Salubrious very early into the game, instead of letting him grow into an Imperial Age endgame where, you know, he can use his experience and skills to win the day. They might be trying to go for him early. But I think Candy's done pretty well in terms of disrupting economy. Because again, it's like what Dom and I talked about last game, that, you know, it's easy on paper to look at all of this and say, oh, you should be doing that, you should be doing that, just backseat. But when you're actually playing this game, handling all of these different, you know, situations at once and multitasking like that, that's actually pretty difficult.
It's difficult.
And then you lose focus, and you know, like here, the pikemen have caught up, and it's like, and I think Candy's knights are going to get out-traded by the pikemen. So it looks like Salubrious has been able to defend his base very well. But at the same time, I feel like they've inflicted significant damage and set back his build by quite a lot.
Yeah, and Unity is also killing some of his lumberjacks as well.
Yeah.
Sneaky.
Yeah, sneaky.
Candy picked off a lot of the villagers.
Yes. Yeah, she did a very good job at picking off the villagers. Yes, 100%. Because, like, if we take a look, Salubrious still hasn't been able to replenish his gold mining. Because if we take a look, like, all the gold miners were picked off, and they're still gone.
Yeah.
So, even though, like, he's doing well to defend himself, he's actually been put behind quite a bit.
True.
More cavalry coming in from Candy as well.
I must be behind.
I feel like there is indeed.
Yeah, well, I know that there's a stream delay, but like I feel like I'm behind too. I'm like spectating.
Oh, you're watching from the stream.
No, I'm also spectating separately.
Oh yeah.
I guess it's just the internet diff, right? Like I'm coming from Australia with the underwater internet cables, and you know, a few things get lost in translation, you know. AKA, I'm like 10 minutes behind. But for all I know, the game's already finished and everybody's just chatting in the other channel.
Yes, the delays. But it was funny seeing Salubrious beats pikemen trying to catch Candy's knights.
I think that he was sort of, you know, he was put in a situation where he had to, right? He had to, because the pikemen counter the knights. But obviously, since they're slower, it's like, well, they're never going to catch them unless you get another unit to sort of accost them. But we can see Salubrious now is heavily building defensive fortifications, so that won't happen again. However, in saying that, the raid from Candy actually bought more than enough time for Unity Chad to boost to Imperial Age. And you know what happens? Once you get to Imperial Age, you get those castles, and you get those trebs, and it doesn't matter how many palisade walls are in the way. It doesn't matter how many castles Salubrious builds. You know, they're going down. So that was actually, I talked about the teamwork and the communication, but that was actually an amazing piece of teamwork by Candy and Unity Chad right there. Very well coordinated between the two of them.
Sending in that elite unit of knights to disrupt.
Yes, exactly.
Salubrious beats a bit.
Exactly.
And those trebuchets are gonna eat through those palisades like it's breakfast.
Yes. One shot, one kill. They're just gonna demolish them. 100% agreed. I wonder if Salubrious understands the predicament he's been put in, because he would probably know that Unity Chat is already Imperial, because we can see now that Salubrious is actually sending out an enemy force, an enemy raiding force of infantry. So he's got pikemen, he's got men-at-arms, and are there samurai there? I think there are samurai there. I'm not too sure how that would fare though, because Unity Chat's already got his defensive fortifications up, and it doesn't seem like Salubrious has any siege at the moment. So it may turn out to be actually a pretty bad trade for him if he decides to push on with this. But if we take a look at his fog of war, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know. There's like a huge, like, you know, dark spot where the castle of Unity Chat is, but Salubrious doesn't see it. So unfortunately, you know, he's gone around it, but he may, you know, run into it, and, you know, it may turn out pretty badly for him. So we'll see how it goes. I think he's deciding to... Oh, okay, they're pivoting. They're actually pivoting. I was wrong. Salubrious might be a genius. What they're actually doing, I think, the team. So you've got Dominic and you've got Salubrious. Their team might be pivoting to take over the central part of the map. They might be pivoting to take the central part of the map. You have Salubrious and you have Dominic building a pair of castles right in the middle of the map to take potentially a very offensive position against Unity Chad Candy and Kaito cross. They want to say, okay, look, you're probing with your knights, you're advancing, but we're going to take the middle of the map. We're going to deny you access to attack points. We're going to deny you access to the resources in the middle of the map. There's a gold mine, there's a stone mine, there's a ton of wood. And if we can put our military production in the middle, then that shortens the amount of time between our forces being made and our forces destroying your cities. I don't know if it will work out for them. However, it's a very ballsy play, and it's a very cool play. I love to see it from a spectator perspective. It's a really cool play.
Yes.
Because if we take a look at the fog of war from JP, for example, they don't see it. They don't see it. They don't realize that this entire central part of the map has actually already been taken over. So that's really clever to deny them access to that part of the map. I think that obviously being less experienced players in general, it looks like Unity Chad may have spotted it. Maybe he's got a scout in the area. He may know that he may have pinged his allies. But I think that it's pretty impressive because you have players that are not necessarily that experienced with the game. However, they're using strategic tactics that not necessarily is unique to Age of Empires, but they're still good in Age of Empires. So we can see Candy's come right into the castle, and they just ran into a wall of arrows. They have their knights, they have their cheek earners, and they were wanting to do another raid on Salubrious, but that takes them through the middle of the map. And look, they're running with their tucked tail between their legs because they know they have no siege. They cannot take down the castle. They have to disengage and save as many troops as they can, which Candy is able to do. But really well played, good defensive building, good defensive and offensive positioning from Salubrious and Dominic, and we'll see how that pans out. Unfortunately, it's a good position to have, but it paints a target on their backs because now everybody's going to try and take the middle of the map, and we can see Salubrious understand that and start to build another layer of palisade walls around his defensive fortifications. But Candy comes in with the cheek owners and is picking off all these villagers. Well, they're disengaged for the time being, but because of the advantageous position in the middle, Salubrious is now able to start raiding Unity Chat, and Unity Chat is now sending his armies to defend. However, if they get lured back into the area of the castle, Unity Chat very wisely choosing to disengage before going in too far. Unfortunately, he loses a lot of units as a result, but I think that engaging in no man's land instead of taking the bait and engaging next to Salubrious' castle is probably the right play. And we can see now he's won the initial engagement and he's now moving back to the castle, and now Unity Chat realizes that and comes back. But we can see Candy going for an offensive play, and we talk about the multitasking again. Salubrious has left his villages wide open and has lost half a dozen of them to Candy's amazing snipe. Oh my god, we're having raids here. We can see that the castle is starting to come into play. Candy is retreating again. So there's losses here and there, but some very well-timed and well-placed micro from some of these players. And now Candy is now using trebs on Salubrious' Beats' castle. And now we see as they start to engage in melee forces, Unity Chat is coming back with his elite Kipjacks, and he's there to support Candy. So the idea is just to hold back Salubrious Beats' melee forces as the trebs take down the castle, which is really good teamwork. And it remains to be seen whether the other side will be able to pull together. We can see that Kazi is starting to bring his troops to the front, but unfortunately, he's still pretty far away from the central area of the map where the other players have built their fortifications. So I'm not sure if he'll be able to get there in time. It seems like Salubrious is, fighting desperately to defend the castle and to rebuild the castle, but the trebuchets are doing a lot of damage, and they're being protected very well by Unity Chat's Kipjack archers. Very amazing teamwork, You love to see it. Well, actually looks like Salubrious is out healing the damage from the trebuchets, but it's good that they're able to hold their position. However, it denies them a lot of resources as well, because as you repair buildings in real time, you lose the stone, you lose the resource. and stone is a rather limited resource in this game. We can see now Kazi is starting to attack some of the defensive scouting fortifications, the outposts of Kaito Cross, and we can see also that Dom is starting to move with some of his units. Everybody looks like they're in the Imperial Age except for Kazi. I think Kazi has it queued up, so Kazi will be there soon as well. It looks like Dom has come straight in and is attempting to snipe the trebuchets, which may actually work out because the elite boyars have a lot of armor, so they're able to just go through. They don't care about their Chikarunus. Your puny archers mean nothing to me. I take down your trebuchets, and now Salubrius's castle is safe, and we can see that Candy is now stuck and divided. They have the boyars that are running rampant on their Chikanus, and they're having to send back their cavaliers in order to defend the position, which means that they have to retreat. But it looks like Salubrius somehow lost his castle. What's going on? I don't know how he lost it. Did the trebuchets actually manage to take it out? It looks like both sides are starting to disengage a bit. But now, Kaito's coming in with the elephants. These battle elephants, these battle hardened. Who would have thought? The secret sapling appears. He's got these elephants and he's charging in. He's charging in, and it's going to be a front head-on, confrontation. But it looks like Dominic has sort of retreated a little bit behind his castle. However, as a result, it looks like that he will lose his stable to these elephants. So this is a very back and forth game. We haven't had any decisive, or what I would consider a decisive engagement yet. We have two sides that are fairly evenly matched. I would say that Dom, Kazi, and Salubrius have a better position right now, but they probably struggle a little bit to defend it because it seems like they are overall losing the engagements. So it remains to be seen whether they can hold an advantageous position in the middle of the map. The other thing to worry about again is the multitasking aspect. You spend all of your mental energy developing the middle of the map, defending it from enemy attack, and you may have issues back in your home base, because if we take a look at Kazi, he has 8 idle villages. You take a look at Dom, he has 7 idle villages. You take a look at Salubrius, has only 2 idle villages. However, that kind of mental strain and the need to multitask and divide your brain into several pieces actually does, take a toll on any kind of sane human being, right? It's natural.
This is so true. So true. Oh.
But yes, as we can see people in chat saying it looks like the game has escalated very quickly. I agree, Lunchbox, Moondog. 100% the game has escalated quickly, and I would say that it's because Dominic and Salubrius forced it. They forced the advanced position with their castles, and because you don't want to be hemmed in if you're the other team, you have to attack, which forces the engagement, because if you're getting attacked, you have to defend. So that's what's driving the engagements. But now it seems like there's a little bit of a lull as, both sides have had their initial engagement, they've had their initial fight, and they say, you know what, that's a bit too much for me right now. That's a bit too much for me. Let's just chill. Let's just chill for a little bit and redevelop our economy, redevelop our thing. Wait, what happened to Salubrius? He's got like 25 idle villages. What's going on? Oh no.
The unemployment.
I know,
Beats
right?
the unemployment.
The unemployment rate's going too high. What is this? What is this? You got hit by inflation like everybody else. Oh no. Oh, we can see some light engagement, and Candy's been I would say Candy's been very aggressive this game and has pushed a lot of positional advantage for her team. Like, done really well with the raid earlier, with the Trebs now. They've done really well in sort of like securing or ensuring that the other side doesn't get too strong of a position in the middle. We can see now though. Okay, so let's take a look at some other players. So let's take a look at Kaito. See, we take a look at Kaito. Kaito has no idle villages. We take a look at Candy. Candy has 10. Candy has a few idle villages, but then Candy's been fighting on the front lines, so that's not that surprising either. We take a look at JP. JP has 0 idle villages. Take a look at Kazi. Kazi's now got no idle villages. Dom has got 3. Salubrius still has that 25. He might be cooking. I wonder. I don't think this is the play, but I wonder if he's like, all right, I'm just gonna get all the spare villages I can and build a wonder in the corner of the map. I'm gonna force it right now. I don't think so, but it's like, it's an option, right? It's an option.
It's an option, but it's gonna make the enemies move on to him.
You have to, yeah, yes. I agree.
Yes.
I agree. The last game was so good.
I guess you learned from the best.
Yes. Okay, so now it seems like Unity Chat and his allies are starting to get markets up. So now they're it's saying, okay, markets are now efficient because we need units that cost a lot of gold. Because now that everybody's moved into the Imperial Age and everybody's building their best units, there's going to be a huge resource drain on gold specifically. You have food covered with farms, you have wood covered, stone you don't need that much of, but you need a lot of gold in this section of the game. Because the resources are still abundant on the map, everybody has high level units. At some point, once you run out of gold, everybody reverts back to trash units that don't cost gold, so your skirmishers, your halberdiers, etc., scout cavalry. But in this portion of the game, everybody's rocking their like elite, unique units. Everybody's rocking trebuchets. Everybody's rocking siege and that kind of thing. You got salubrious speeds with the elite samurai. We got Unity Chad with the elite kipjacks. We take a look at Candy's force. There's cavaliers, which are very gold heavy, elite Chico News. So everybody's stacking up. We got battle elephants from Kaito. Everybody's stacking up on their elite units, which all cost gold. So getting those trading routes established is very useful for this part of the game. Okay, so it looks like there might be some action here. It seems as if Salubrious and Kazi have engaged Candy while Kaito is defending. And Kazi has some forces there. He has an army there, but he's choosing not to use them to engage at this point in time. Candy's really going in. Oh my goodness, but Dominic has snuck in with some scout cavalry, hoping to catch them by surprise and trade into the trebuchets. I don't know if they're able to do it. They take down one trebuchet but miss out on the other. However, Salubrious absolutely demolishes Candy's Chico Nu stack. They were unfortunately isolated and the splash damage got them all. Like 15 units just demolished in a couple of volleys. Oh, the humanity. However, that doesn't mean that Candy's out of the game, because she still has a huge amount of cavalry and Chico News in the back, and they're engaging Salubrious Beats main infantry line there, and they're doing pretty okay. However, it seems like they're going to have to be pushed back because Kazi joins the fray with his elite gots. The Huskars are coming in, and JP is now reinforcing with his Kipjacks. And now they're actually pushing Candy back to the defensive castle structures. However, there are multiple castle structures there, so I don't foresee Salubrious Speeds pushing too far, and it seems like he's gathering his forces together. They may be going in for a raid on the gold miners. On the gold miners, they're going to lose a lot of samurai as a result, but if they take down enough villages, they may consider it a win. Oh, they're retreating now. However, they have a couple of onagers and they're pinging at the castle. I'm not 100% sure if this is the right play because they have the same range. So the castle will be able to take the onagers down. One does get taken down. However, the aggression is really coming to the front here as both teams are really deciding to engage in small scale fights that are now escalating to larger scale fights. Nobody wants to hard commit their full armies, but everybody wants to commit some of their armies. Pretty exciting.
Seems like Salubrious and Kazi came on top in this skirmish.
It seems like, because it seems like they've been able to more adequately defend their middle position, and they're now pushing on Candy's defensive position outside of town. So it does look like you are 100% correct. It does look like they are pushing back now. And Salubrious, I think he's committing with his samurai. They're all going to get demolished by the castle though. I think he needs to build some longer range siege because I don't think they'll be able to take down the castle in good order. The samurai goes down, and now the castle's going to start firing at the siege directly because they have the same range. However, it might be enough because the onagers are doing a ton of damage. Unity Chad coming in now with the step lancers trying to snipe off the undefended siege, but Kazi coming in clutch. He's coming in with his defensive goth units, and they're coming in to take out the cavalry from Unity Chad so that the onagers can go through and complete their demolishing of Candy's castle. This is really interesting stuff because now they're coming in with the Huskars, the elite Huskars, they're upgraded. The other thing to note about Huskars is that they have immense pierce armor, so they do not give a crap about what your castles do. They just continue fighting. That said, the elite Step Lancers are now coming in and they should have a relatively positive matchup. But I think JP's making a bit of a mistake here. He's using it to engage Salubrious Beats' siege, which does work out for him, but he loses the cavalry in the process because he has to run through all of the opposing infantry to get there. You know, it's a trade, but I'm not sure if the trade is necessarily worth it because I don't feel like the Onagers were that strong against the castle anyway.
I also like seeing the sneak attack that Dominic did on Kaido.
Oh, yes.
In the bottom right. He snuck in a whole cavalry.
Yeah, oh my god, that's
a village.
Yes, good catch. Good catch, Cole. I didn't even notice that. I got sucked into all the action. I didn't realize Kaito really needs to rebuild his town. Yes, 100% Dominic.
I didn't realize it for a while either. His elephants and stuff are just around the middle. Probably as a support if needed, but
and they weren't
too
able.
slow, too far. Yeah.
Yes, very good spot. I didn't notice it at all. I gotta be honest, I didn't notice it at all. Amazing spot. We can see half the town, half of Kaito's town is already demolished. So, sure, geez. Again, we might be going back to the previous. You know, like he may have a champion player, but it seems like Kazi, Dom, and Salubrious are a really solid team together. Not to say that the teamwork has been bad on the other side, but, you know, one team just seems to be doing a little bit better than the other when it comes to coordinating attacks, coordinating forward positions, and sneaking through enemy formations and lines.
There's still a few units, like 3 of them, attacking the houses at Kaito's place.
Yes, I see it. I see it. The boy has, yes, Kaito sees it now and he's rushing there with his elite battle elephants. Jeez, Dominic did a lot of hidden damage there. Well done.
Yeah, he
well
did.
done.
He's really a sneaky one.
He was, yes. We were all talking about Unity Chat being the sneaky bastard, but Dominic just comes out of nowhere and snipes half the town before any of us noticed. Well, I mean, Koala noticed, but you know. But I'm a dumbass. I didn't notice.
No one to you?
No one? Question mark?
Sneaky. Critical success on his stealth roll.
Yes. Nat 20. Yes. Dom Nat 20.
Oh, it looks like
that was very nicely done.
JP
And JP has sent some hipjacks to sort of act as a screening force to make sure that that doesn't happen again. But I have to be honest, I feel like a lot of the damage is already done. Because if we take a look at the farming setup for Kaito, it's pretty demolished. He's gonna need a long while to recover the kind of resource gain to be able to catch up to some of the other players. I think Dom's raid there was incredibly effective. He did a fantastic job there with barely anybody noticing. We had one person who noticed it, but barely anybody noticed.
Maybe someone in chat noticed.
Yeah, maybe. I didn't catch it at all. I was too absorbed in the fighting. We talk about people not being able to multitask, even on commentating. I don't even have to play the game, and I get, I can't multitask this. That's insane.
True test for multitasking. And all the while, Candy and JP managed to fend off Beats and Kazi's onslaught.
Yes. I think the battle lines have sort of been drawn there. They've sort of equalized and normalized their positions. However, I will say a couple of things. Number one, I'll say, is that right now Salubrious and Dom are in a very powerful position. However, I actually did notice something on the side of my map. Unity Chat is massing a big army in the corner. And if we take a look at Salubrious, he doesn't notice. He will notice because he has castles. However, the issue is that while everybody is stuck fighting in the middle, he may be able to sneak in a powerful force to demolish Salubrious' defensive fortification in the middle, because he's keeping enough, Unity Chat's keeping enough of his army in the middle to where people might, believe that the fight is going to really happen there, the engagement's going to happen there, he's going to swivel to the other side. That said, if you take a look how open this is. I don't think they realize at Fog of War, Salubrious might think there's a castle defending Unity Chad's mill and farming production, but actually there's nothing there. So I don't know if that's a misplay on behalf of Unity Chat or if he's just being super aggressive with it. He has line of sight, so it may just be intentional, but he has this whole area wide open, and Salubrious could move in his forces there with impunity. So it is a potential source one for Unity Chat if he doesn't watch it. We can see there's a little bit more engagement, but it's not anything heavy. I think a lot of the initial positions, the battle positions are pretty well defined at the moment, and I think Dom and Salubrious did an amazing job, getting that forward initiative. And we can see their Kazis now enjoy them. Everybody's got, military producing buildings there. So they've done a really good job denying the other team that part of the map. And so we can see now, it seems like Salubrious is moving in for a little bit of a raid. Just to,
Dom is also moving in with his hussars.
Yes.
Destroying Candy's
Yes. He snuck them in again! What the heck? This guy should stop playing Age of Empires and start taking up Hitman. This guy is he's an assassin. Nobody sees him going. Holy cow, he's in. And he's sniping off the trebuchets. He's ignoring Candy's castle. Does Candy's castle not have murder holes? It doesn't have murder holes, so it means that the castle is not able to attack at units that are right below its feet, which means that Dom is actually able to get his units out pretty much unscathed. What a snipe! What a snipe! Amazing work. Oh my god. Forget Dom Nat 20, call him Dom 47, holy shit. And now he's raiding into Unity Chad's armies. Now he's raiding into their base. He's taking out these elite Kipchaks, because the elite Kipchaks, as cavalry archers, have a poor matchup into the Pierce Armor Heavy Hussars. So he needs to bring his halberdiers in order to sort of fend them off, and he does so right now. But you can see that he's garrisoned his town center for additional protection. And what does that mean? If the villagers are inside his town center, then they're not producing and gathering resources. So you can see in the corner, JP actually has 31 idle villagers. So this is a huge potential drain on his resources. And as that happens, as JP is occupied, we can see that Salubrious and Kazi are going in for the kill on Candy. We can see they're in there with Siege, they're in there with Onagers, the melee units are in the fray. One of Candy's castles is going down and the other is sure to follow. They're really pushing this advantage that they've built up in the early game by enabling them to build their offensive castles in the middle of the map. And Candy's temple goes down, the monastery goes down, which means that the relics are ejected and you lose that gold output. Oh my goodness, they're stomping right now. And it looks like Unity Chad he's using the Onaga strat. He's cutting down trees. He wants to go in. He wants to go in and get a surprise attack on Salubrious Beats. But at the same time that this is happening, Salubrious Beats and Kazi are really going into Candy's town. At the same time, they're also trying to pressure Kaito, and Kaito is sort of just building on the side rather defensively. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like anybody can get to Candy in time because they've split them open by being able to take the middle of the map. They've been able to isolate Unity Chad's army on one side of the map and Kaito on the other side of the map, and they go right in between like a spear, just piercing into Candy's town. And I'm not sure Candy has the units and the defensive fortifications to be able to hold on here. And yes, Bolt, this is bird-on-bird violence. Who knew that chickens were so brutal?
They always have been.
Oh my god, okay, the university goes down. I think a lot of the villages are already down. Housing goes down. The town center looks like it's going down. I think that's it. If we take a look at where... Oh, oops. If we take a look at where... I keep misclicking. If we take a look at where Candy is now, they don't have a lot of population left. They don't have a lot of villages left. And I think what they're doing, we can see there that they've enacted emergency procedures and they're rebuilding behind Unity Chad and behind Kaito's fortifications and their town. I think they've pretty much given up on the middle of the map because they realize that they don't have the capacity to be able to hold them back. And we can see Unity Chat has gone in. The Onega strat goes through. Deforestation. He's the human lumberjack. He's gone through and he's built a castle behind Salubrious's town. And now it's just firing away haphazardly at his houses. However, Salubrious does have a castle there, and so it may get in the way of his, fully upgraded paladin. That's such an expense. He's really going all in, JP. He really, Unity Chat really wants to get the most elite of the elite units, and he is raiding right now into Salubrious Beats' base. While Candy has gone, while their town has sort of been somewhat demolished and probably will be demolished, they've been able to survive. They have multiple town centers. They're rebuilding. It's going to take a while, but they're rebuilding. And now we can take a look at, Unity Chat with the counterattack. If he can take out Salubrious Beats, it might actually, end up to their advantage because Salubrious Beats if we take a look at the score, Salubrious Beats has been the strongest player all game. So it may actually work out for them as Salubrious Beats, all his armies, all his forces are caught up in taking out Candy's town. So maybe you lose one, but you still advance your position overall. We'll see how it depends on how aggressive Unity Chad is with his forces, because if he's too passive with his trebuchets while he still holds the advantage, then Salubrious, Kazi, and Dominic could band together and expel him from the town. Or, as we can see Dom come in, you know what? Forget defending Salubrious, let's just destroy your town. Because as we mentioned earlier, Unity Chat didn't build up his town very defensively. It was very aggressively postured. And now his town center is just absolutely ripe for the picking for this Hussar stack. They've got the halberdiers, but they're outnumbered 2-1 and they go down quick. JP, Unity Chat has to bring his people back into the town center, but then that just means that Dominic can run riot with his elite Hussars. Who would have thought that trash units were not trash after all? Oh my god. Now, as Salubrious, we go back to the other front. There's no brakes on this train, friends. There's no brakes. Salubrious Beats comes in with his infantry-heavy forces trying to push away Unity Chat's Paladin Halberdier Treb stack. I don't think he'll be able to do it solo, but it's a matter of, it looks like Dominic has actually bypassed the rest of Unity Chat's town, preferring to leave it intact so that he can send his Hussars to help out Salubrious and save him from the incoming destruction of this trebuchet stack. And it seems like they may be able to get away with it because Salubrious, his main farms, his main production, his main villages are still out and about. Everything is burning, everything is blowing up, but you know what? Yeah, he's taken the British mindset, he's keeping calm and he's carrying on, and it may actually allow him to save his town because we can see now that Unity Chat has lost the majority of his actual units, and now they're all attacking the castle. And despite not having siege, the combination of the Hussars with high pierce armor, as well as the elite samurai with bonus against buildings, may be able to take the castle down after all. And because of the raid earlier from Dominic into Unity Chad's town, it's going to take him very long to recover, in which time Salubrious, Kazi, and Dominic can push their advantage. Oh my god, it's a game of punch, counter-punch, and counter-punch to that. What a
It's like a
game.
boxing game.
It is. It's like a boxing match. The momentum swings are just absolutely insane, and I have to admit, I'll say, even if the scoreboard doesn't reflect it, I think Dominic he's just come up in the key moments. He's come up in the key moments clutch, helping his allies, sneaking an attack on an enemy, raiding an enemy's economy. Very sneaky, dirty dog. Oh my god. But, wait, it looks like Unity Chad was just able to salvage the castle. He was just able to salvage the castle. However, if we take a look at his town, look at the town. The town is bare, the town is barren, the town is empty. It's a shell of what it used to be. So, I would say, and in comparison you know, Salubria still has a strong wood line. He still has a strong food line. His food line wasn't affected at all. He still has a market from which to trade gold from. So even if Unity Chat successfully got into his base and destroyed half of the town, he didn't get to destroy the half that mattered. Salubrious is still able to recover and be strong from this position, whereas Unity Chat has to come from a little farther back. And we can see Salubrious is starting to come on the counter-attack now. He's got his armies. He knows that Unity Chat has his town weakly defended. Unity Chat is not building castles. He's not building defensive fortifications. And Salubrious has siege. It's not a big army, but he's got 4 trebs, and that's enough. That's enough. Let's see how we go here. The barracks goes down. It's looking really rough for Unity Chat. He's been a strong contributor all game and the last game too. But I think maybe his time ends here because it seems like the combination of Salubrious Beats and Dominic and Kazi really has him on the ropes. He's fighting, he's surviving, but we don't know for how much longer. He started to bring in the camels. But Salubrious does have the halberdiers, and the trebuchet stack is going to be probably the deciding factor, because I don't think Unity Chat is capable of taking out those trebuchets without getting walled. You can see it happen in real time, getting walled by the infantry. They're not able to take them out, and because of that, his main town center goes down. Unity Chat's main town center goes down. Now he's throwing everything he's got left, but I don't think he's got enough. I don't think he's got enough.
Now his plan also backfired. He tried to build a town center in the top area behind Salubrious.
Yes,
but that got found.
Yes, it got found and demolished by who? By who? By Dirty Dove. This guy, you know, is this guy?
I didn't.
This guy's omnipotent.
I didn't know it was like that.
This guy's omnipotent. He knows everything.
That
He sees all. My God. Oh, jeez, what a sniper! I think it looks like we're just in the cleanup phase now. I think it looks like it's the cleanup phase now. Kaito has got a very, very powerful defensive setup. We can see he's walled himself up very strongly. He has a ton of elephants. He has powerful, strong siege. But unfortunately, he can't win 3v1, you know? You have to have your team in the game to be able to win the game, because the numbers advantage, I think, will be a bit too strong. We can see now Unity Chat is trying his best. He is trying his best, and he's doing everything he can. But I do really think at this stage of the game, you know, you have one side that is significantly advantaged over the other, and it would probably take a little bit of a miracle to, you know, to catch up from here. Is anybody building a wonder in the corner, by the way?
A miracle or a wonder?
Is anybody building a wonder?
Maybe they're considering it. I mean, they have a nice corner in the south.
I think at this point they have the resources. They should. If you know.
Maybe they can pull it off.
The issue is the map is not as conducive. The issue is not as conducive.
True, very true.
Yes, because Black Forest has had, like, you know, big fat forest, and you can easily wall that off. Here, it's a much more open area.
Yes.
So it's not as conducive to the walling wonder strat. And it looks like Unity Chat's town is in shambles at the moment as Salubrious Beats runs riot on him. He's out for retaliation. It's been a full-on war. It has been a full-on war, Lunchbox. They've just been going at it. It's been actually very little let up. There's been very little let up from when they decided to really commit. It's just been non-stop fighting all over the map, and we can see as well on top of that, you know, Dominic is starting to prod at Kaito's walls and defenses. We can see they're starting to defend now, but he's left some siege units outside, and they're going to get picked off pretty easily. Dominic has his rams. He's trying to take down some of that fortified wall. The Onigers are doing good work though, and they force the elite boyars away. Dom doesn't lose much, but, you know, Kaito's able to defend his territory for just a little bit longer. I think Unity Chat is in really dire straits. Candy's also somewhat in very dire straits. I mean, they're just, at the moment, Candy's just a little bit of a non-factor because they're still trying to rebuild their economy after what happened. And I think
Candy is attacking again from behind Salubrious now.
Oh, they are. You're right. Oh my god. Oh my god, Koala, you see everything. That's a good spot. Yes, but we can see those attacking the stable. But like, they've got a couple of castles, so the couple of castles may be useful. But at the same time, I think that they're not close enough Salubrious's main town to actually do any significant damage. Like, yes, they can take down a couple of the stables. Yes, they can, force away some of the villages. But then all they need to do is just leave that area alone until they can come back in force. Because I don't feel like, you have the defensive structures up, but I don't feel like Candy has the ability to project a lot of pressure onto the rest of the town from that defensive position. Now, I say that, but they're building trebuchets, so potentially we could see something happen. That said, it's like, it's a difficult position from here.
I think I might know what Candy is trying to do. She built a shrine up there, and I saw how a monk put a relic in there. They might be going for a relic win, or at least try to hold that off. Hold the relics off from the enemy.
It may work out. The main issue I have is like, it's gonna be really difficult to like defend a position when it's on one half of the map behind your opponent's base.
True.
Yes.
Because like, in order for the relic victory to be valid, they need to make sure that the monastery never gets destroyed. Otherwise, it resets the victory.
True.
Well, we can see Unity Chat. He's not giving up. He's like in the smoldering crater of a husk of the town he used to have. He's trying to rebuild. That said, right on cue, Dominic is coming in with the Hussar raid, the patented Hussar raid. He's done so much damage with his Hussars running around the map, and he must have identified that, hey, the Hussars are tanky enough, they're bulky enough, I need to invest in cavalry because that allows me to move around the map without everybody being able to catch me. As we saw from the last game, and obviously from this game as well, the Trebs are very, very popular, which means that a lot of compositions from the players will be siege heavy, which means that, the Hussar intensive stacking from Dom can just run around the map with impunity, because nobody's going to be able to catch them. It's actually very clever, like counterpicking from Dom, because he's using it exclusively for his raiding and not his main engagement. Very smart.
The winged Hussars.
Yeah, it's got that. They actually are pretty. They're decently tanky. They've got decent HP.
That's they're fast and tanky.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sounds kind of busted.
And they don't cost gold either.
Really?
Yeah, because the Hussars are... Well, okay, so the thing is, by the time you get to Imperial Age, Hussars are actually not that tanky. Like, they're pretty light on HP compared to other cavalry. They cost 80 food because it's the upgrade of the scout unit. But it's just the fact that they fulfill a really strong role in what Dom is trying to do with regards to raiding and getting, like, the sneak attacks in. Like, they're really good for that. Because they can get in to other opponents' towns without, without really getting caught and engaged, and then just leave without, getting bogged down. They have enough HP to eat some hits without dying instantly.
True.
So
and I feel like this tactic wouldn't have worked in the last map because
no,
it was
definitely
so rough.
not. Definitely not. I think that in terms of playing the map, Dominic did an amazing job because this is a much more open map. Dominic did an amazing job, and Salubrious as well. They did an amazing job because it's a more open map. They forced for the middle, right? They forced for the middle. They forced the position, and they were able to reap the benefits of that. Because if you think about it like this, they forced the middle position, so they threaten everybody, and so they could pick and choose where they wanted to attack. And so they attacked Candy because Candy was in the middle. And so what happened was that, you know, Unity Chad and Kaiser can't really hard commit to defending Candy because if they do, they leave themselves open from that middle position. It was really, really smart strategy from Dominic, Kazi, and Salubrious. Take a look now. So yeah, I think Unity Chad's town is just about done. But I mean, you know, the chickens are just gonna fight to the bitter end. I think they're just.
It's in our blood.
Well, the hussars aren't that strong because it's like they get heavily countered by halberdiers, which are also cheap to produce. Like they go down like 3 hits or whatever, so they're not that strong. It's just fit for purpose kind of thing. So like for what they're good at, Dom really utilized them effectively. But if you were to utilize hussars as like your main line, you know, frontline cavalry force, they'd get demolished really quickly. So they're not fit for that. Now we can see here.
True.
So Candy's still going with the castles, and look, they're doing significant Candy, and she's doing significant damage. But I question at this point. It's like obviously you have to fight until the bitter end, but essentially you can just quarantine this part of the map and then just bring in your siege and then take them down at will. Right? Which is what Salubrious is doing. Because they don't have the units to challenge, right? As chickens are prone to do, yeah. Yeah, fight to the bitter end. Heckin' claw. Oh, wait, I say that, and Unity Chad has resigned. He's quit. I actually think he's run out of, Unity Chat. I think he sees it's over. So the game is over. GG's are called. So we have our winners. We have Kazi. We have Dominic, and we have Salubrious. Well done to our winners. Well done to our winners. And that was a great game. Great game. Really excellent showcase of strategy. Excellent showcase of tactics. And I think that it was really impressive. It was fun to watch for a different reason, right? Because the first game had the excitement, it had the drama, it had the suspense, but this game actually had a lot of strategy involved. It actually had a lot of, it's the idea that, okay, let's take an advantageous position. We know how to push, we know where to push, you know? It was a very good, sort of execution of a strategy from Kazi, Dominic, and Salubrious, and a really, really nice sniping from Dom as well. Really nice sniping from Dom. So it was a great match to see, but for a different reason. So well done to all the players. Well done. Round of applause. Round of applause to everybody. Everybody was great.
Well done.
Pachi.
Yeah, 8's in the chat.
8's in the chat.
Hey, nice sound boy.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Good job, everyone. Good job. Great game.
I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea.
Well, whatever it was, it won the game.
Oh my god.
Whatever
Unity, was it you that was harassing me early with those scouts?
Nope.
No, it was Unity.
As Candle?
That one scout killed like 10 or 20 workers.
I was like, oh my god.
Fascinating.
Like I made a lot of mistakes with my economy, with other things. It was interesting to me to see like, oh, I missed this click and I didn't produce villagers for 10 seconds and stuff, and I still had 5 more than Kazi.
I think it was Dom who continuously harassed me and helped me to get rid of villagers, and that was a problem.
Yeah, Dominic, you're really fucking sneaky.
Yeah.
So dirty Dom.
Yeah,
dirty
Dom.
Everyone was playing AoE, he was playing Hitman here.
Yes, Dom 47.
With Cyrek or Håkan. If you play with Cyrek or Håkan, you will see a different kind of harassment.
But I know what went wrong with this game. The moment I said, let's not build walls,
You did that? Oh no, that was actually the first thing. The first thing I taught the others, because they didn't know, is how to ping with Alt F in the map, so you can see. Over here's something over there. Oh yeah, it's Alt F.
I didn't know.
You said initially said we're going without walls, and then later on I figured I'm getting harassed so much.
I'm building walls. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think
it is the exact thing you need to do. Yes.
I think there were two things for me, because I think we called it early on commentary. We say like, oh, one side is like all walling up together, and then the other side is like not building walls at all. So that was the first thing I noticed. And then the second thing I noticed was that Dom and Salubrious, you made that really aggressive play to capture the middle of the map with your castles. And I think that was actually the decisive moment, personally, because it put a lot of frontal pressure on everybody else to defend. And what I saw was the pivotal moment was that you had a situation where, it was under attack a lot, but you could push forward and then attack Candy's base, but then she couldn't really get any reinforcements because Unity Chad was on one side of the map and then Kaito was on the other side of the map. So because you had, the advanced base in the middle of the map, you could, just get there as quickly as possible. And it was like, it was really hard to react to. So to me, that was like...
I maintain that was my fault. Exactly. I think I threw the game, actually.
No.
I'm pretty sure. I had 10 or 15 paladins, and 15 of those special units just parked on the bottom corner, and those units could have helped defend the base. I basically was thinking I can hold the middle with like my few reinforcements. Was a huge misplay. If I had committed, I would have thrown 15 fully upgraded paladins and 20 range units in the middle, and then would have made a difference. And free traps and all that. So big misplay. Sorry.
Yeah, that was one misplay, but the thing is, like, you have executed great tactics. For instance, going into beat space. If I didn't know, you saw I looked at the edge of the map, the corner, and you were there. I knew that you would be somebody who would just go everywhere. And you were actually at the point, if I hadn't scouted that thing, you could have had persistence.
I actually wanted to constantly spam the archer units and just basically nuke the economy from within.
I did notice I noticed a few things in the early game too. I noticed that Dom was very heavy on defensive scouting, so he rushed his scouts to capture Kazi's initial base and then Salubrious's initial base, and then to establish that line of contact between everybody before you could bring in the shared POV tech. But I saw Unity Chat actually do the opposite. He ran his scouts right into the opposing bases and was able to scout. And I think part of that may have been in the last game. There was not that much scouting, obviously because of the layout of the map. But in this map, I think scouting was really important because you don't want to be caught with any surprises where it's like, oh yeah, we're going to build a wonder in the corner of the map.
Guys.
Huh?
Because I did have a lot of units early on, and the Palisades basically just, how to put it more family friendly, they kind of blocked me,
If I want to be
fair, held you off.
I have to give a lot of thanks to Dom and Kazi, because twice in this game that beats your base, and I look in my base and there's an enemy castle just built up in the side.
Both. But you know what I did?
Go ahead.
I stole one of your workers and made them build castles.
Don't go with the monk.
Yeah, with the monk. It worked,
Because the monk was there, because there was a reliquary and I tried to sneak it.
Oh.
There was the relic at the end, yeah, we did notice that. But
and it was okay, but there was an army standing next to it, and I was like, I can't do this without cover. Okay, build a castle.
Yeah. But the interesting thing is, you saw my stable, because I built a stable because I saw continued attacks, so I was always trying to get the logistics and the production buildings pretty near the crisis center, basically. And you attacked it, and I, by accident, because the last attack didn't need all the resources, I had 10 horses in there. So with 10 hussars, I could just clean up.
The hussars.
The hussar raids were like really important.
Yeah.
I just was so frustrated.
I noticed that you guys were not building anything, and I was like, okay, hussar is exactly the trash raiding. I will raid you.
Yeah,
I couldn't.
It was funny because I
I
wasn't noticing it at all. Because like all of this, like there's like heavy engagements with like the mainline forces near the center of the map, and I'm not noticing it at all. And then like Koala just goes, "Oh, by the way, Dominic's come through and like demolished half a base while nobody's noticed." I'm like, "Wait, what?" And then it looks like, "What the hell? What are these hussars doing there?"
I tried to like run up with them with my stuff, but
at one time I did have 100 hussars at different points, and to be fair, Kaito, I'm glad that you built the walls, because without the walls, you would have gotten destroyed. Why play on your side?
Can I just say that also making Michael?
Yeah, and also Kaito, you did one other thing. You built watchtowers. Like the line
of sight, the fucking map,
yeah.
And that's something we talked. That's something that Dominic talked about. Yeah, that's something
Yes.
Dominic talked about during the first game, where he was surprised that people weren't building watchtowers to increase their line of sight because it's a relatively cheap way to do it, and the info is vital.
Oops.
Exactly, the info is vital, and it's shared with the others. So even if I don't see something, we had coverage over 60-70% of the map. So if anybody would have tried to sneak something into our lines. In my areas, Beats unfortunately was not as well covered. I would have seen it instantly.
But you didn't see the monk.
Yeah, that was
I think that was really well done though. Like really good, really good sort of. You could see the sort of strategy at play, and I think I would probably say overall, if I had to determine like, okay, what was the difference between winning and losing, I would probably say like the teamwork involved in each of the strategy. Because like I felt that with Kazi, Dom, and Salubrious, it was definitely more cohesive in terms of how everybody moved. Like everybody went to defend each other when the bases were raided and stuff like that. But I felt like in terms
at the attack that broke me, like everyone had specialized units and they were like moving really good in sync. Like the siege engines moved up, destroyed the castle, and everyone focused what they got.
I think
we had a really good composition because I got to bring in like some scorpions and samurai and halberdiers so I could deal with in cavalry charges, and then we also had from Dom and Kazi we had large groups of cavalry and some other squads, so we had a good mix when our armies combined. That was really hard to deal with, I think.
I actually at first knew a lot of siege, and I've with my what they're called, they have the special name. They're like what civilization was I even? It's the first time I heard about them today. What is
You're
it?
playing the Khmer,
Some steppe people, right? Some like Parthians or whatever.
You're playing
right?
Khmer. They're one of the new civs, yes. Or the newer civs. I don't know. When I say new civ and old civ, it's like, okay.
You should have seen my face when I basically hit like the feudal age and was like, okay, now I'll fortify myself because this is what I do usually, and found out that I cannot build stone walls. This is like, I hate this. And so basically, okay, I need to cope. I need to like change strategy. So it's like, okay, quick and light units, but it's just I got ground down basically because I didn't commit my paladins. It was so foolish. I was sitting with like 3,000 gold at some point and food. I was, could have like put it into use.
I would say
throw in my units.
Personally, I would say that for me the pivotal thing was that like everybody was defensively working together really well, but I think offensively when you're making like your aggressive pushes and you're trying to take territory, I think that the teamwork between
we didn't actually do much coordination because I also put the blame with this thing on me because I said like keep them busy in the middle.
Don't worry about it.
Keep them busy in the middle. I'm going on the left.
It's a game, and it was really fun.
Yeah, we were kind of busy because we got kind of rolled in the middle. I should have been there myself, right? I should have been there myself with my trebuchets, with my
but your units, like it's like he says, is more like a team thing. If you could change to the economy in the technology tab.
But I failed basically in organizing my team. Yeah, I'm talking about Cumans, exactly. I had the Cumans, and they have this the horse archer thingy that they have is cool, but it's nah. Like usually, I like to play stuff like Byzantines. You get the idea. Byzantines.
Sorry, in the chat it's like you weren't playing Khmer. Sorry, you're playing Cumans actually.
Cumans, exactly. Yeah. Khmer was actually, I think, Kaito.
Yeah, I was Khmer.
Yeah,
I was
Khmer
struggling
is
with
a
them.
bit interesting. Krusty, could you change to the economy tab of the results screen for one thing? Because one thing that Unity you haven't seen yet, probably.
I screenshotted, but I didn't look.
Trade profit.
Reading takes so long.
The big thing was actually the first thing we did when we had the marketplace was trade.
Oh yeah, we
did notice that. We did notice that because I remember specifically when you got the markets built, you were like pinging it, like markets here, markets there, do the route now.
Yes.
Bless Dom's marketplace. Bless Dom's marketplace so far.
Wait, can you swap to like the economy?
I've got the economy tab up.
I don't think we did any trading.
Well, I set up my caravans, but then all the markets were gone, so I just nuked my
it was too late, basically, with the trade profit and the other, and now just look at the amount of food and wood I collected.
The thing is, with the trade, eventually in the game, it was like, I didn't want anyone to like, can you ping me your marketplace, because I don't know what it looks like.
That's fine, that's fine. I actually had to search for my own many times during this game because
I remember. Sorry, go ahead, Dom.
My advice is actually to hotkey them. Exactly.
My goal was
the town. Like the 9th is always the marketplace for me. Unfortunately, I deleted that one and I didn't find it again.
I did well, I think. I should have like maybe. I made some trade profit, but then basically all the things were gone, all the other trade posts, so it just couldn't do any anymore because of the raids. So yeah. And I like, like how it's like how's this saying with like foresight is something.
Hindsight's
and I know how this will play out. I would have just basically put all my units like closer to the middle and asked or like begged on my knees for someone to like put walls around my city.
Help me! I'm begging on my knees, please! I'll give you a super chat, just get some walls out here.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, next time I will maintain that we don't like play random and I'll just like eat those weird civilizations into the trash and play something solid.
Random was fun.
It was still like every civ has its strengths, and we could have still won it if like we played or coordinated better. So that is definitely like not a reason. It's just that it's how I like it. Like it's not about performance, just like me enjoying a certain play style. And I don't like the kind of like the
fair enough.
The nomads.
It's also like the thing you need. It's another variable in your brain, and you saw how I increased their workload from all of them because I attacked many of the people at the same time. When I saw like they are defended, I know how mobile hussars are, and they basically are trash units, but they can eat every villager. So I was just running out, and I was talking with Kazi too. Don't engage the elephants. We cannot win this engagement. Just run around.
Yeah, this worked wonders.
I should have spammed more elephants, I guess.
No.
This would have been the wrong choice because I had fully upgraded Piccaneers, and I had like in the middle.
Yeah, you would have counterpicked him.
I think I had E8 stables in the middle for like the Hussar production. I had a few others in other places too.
You guys are like playing like strats. You guys putting yourself as 4 was like such smurfing. Seriously, like for real.
Oh yeah, you put yourself a 4?
I really I really had fun with that. Though, man, I got so stressed out at the beginning with that early raid. I was like,
He picked off a lot of your villagers.
Yeah, I was clicking on my barracks and I was like, spearman.
Oh, I thought I was bullying Cassie. Okay.
You were bullying me too. Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha.
I was my first thought. This is targeted harassment, so I'm very glad that your base fell first.
Yeah. At the end, there was the moment of like, Cassie and Dom breaking through my wall, and I was like, yeah, it's over now.
No,
I don't know if you know
Kaito, your unit composition was great, actually. The problem is I knew how to counter it.
Very heavy units.
It's like 100% true and accurate, but it just, to me, it's like, yeah, you're good, but I'm it's just funny. It's just, I know it's not meant that way. I know it's not meant that way, but it just sounds funny.
I only knew the counter of that thing. The only issue is that was one, it was a very imbalanced composition. So it was easy to counter. It is, because it's very slow. And I could just run around.
Very siege heavy. It's basically great if you are in offensive mostly. But you can.
You can outrun it. With Hussars, I just ran into the onagers and then just
sniped them. Yep.
And when the elephants came on, you ran away.
Yep.
My units were very, very slow. That was a problem when I wanted to defend my allies and when I wanted to defend myself practically.
I couldn't get there in time.
It is a good composition if you have infantry around it, because infantry will block my and just Piccaneers. And anti-stable units would be a good composition.
Unless one of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah,
Can I just say, I rewatched the last bit of the stream, and we were like, we are tired. Yeah, this last game, we lost. Come on, Surrender. And Kwasi was like, yo!
Nah, it's basically as soon as the walls were broken, and I basically wanted to give up. I had the resources to build up an army, but not quick enough. So if the fortification would have been fine, if we had been 2 walls and a good wall of siege, we would have been fine. But we didn't have trebuchets, we didn't have fast units to hit the opposing trebuchets. So it was basically just a numbers game. It's just you will lose. So
exactly.
I really enjoyed the back and forth in the middle. I mean, in the middle of the game, I should say.
I should have committed, man. I feel so bad.
Yeah, it could have gone either way.
Because I didn't.
Because there was a point where one of the castles in the middle of the map actually went down, and there was a lot of pressure on the other castle. And I feel like if there'd been a hard commit to win back that central point, the game could have gone in a very different direction. But I mean, hindsight is 2020. Hindsight is 2020.
Things felt kind of comfy, I must admit. We were we weren't that concerned because we took down one of the castles, and instead of pushing further, I withdrew my units and started building my stuff on the left. So there would have been a moment to basically push. I had 2 traps or 3 traps that were just chilling. Half of the game doing nothing.
Well, I mean,
the paladins, of course.
Look,
it should have went all in on the middle.
Well, it happens. It happens. You live and you learn. Mate, there's always next week, right?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Next time, unfortunate that Kazi and Dom
just
were
a collective
backing me up. I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and build a fort in the middle. You know what? Because I want to move up and try and hit back at Unity and Candle, because I was feeling a lot of pressure. I was like, I gotta get some relief off and make a forward base. So that's when I put that castle down. And then my castle went down. But thankfully Kazi and Dom had also moved in, I think, and built up.
Yeah.
So we were able to. I had some siege workshops down that I kept pumping onagers and scorpions out of, and we were able to keep hold of that. But it ended up being more pivotal than I expected, because at least for me, I kept rallying troops there and then moving them out from there.
It's it was a good logistics hub, and with the fortified wall I had built there to defend, because they waited us basically there. It kind of died down then. Afterwards, they could have gone around that thing, like I did too. I at times went around my own wall, but it was probably more symbolic and for the.
I like constantly expected to get like a big attack on the central base, but it never happened really after I put my castle down.
I mean, to be fair, the central position was not a strategically vital one until I built like 7 or 8 stables there and just produced about 500 units out of them, because they died really fast as well. But yeah, so we can't. That kind of is like spam. It's just like putting the waypoint there, and I'm just like letting the units do. I didn't even control them. Like one of the weights on Unity was just me sending a few of them to the side, and I misclicked.
All of you go there and then do what you want. I'll look back later. Unsupervised. Go on, kiddies, have fun.
They were pretty dumb because they were autofocus, because I lured them with like a unit to the village center and they killed them. I don't think you controlled them because they just went after some trash unit. So I was surprised, like, why are they following me? This is like a death trap.
Sorry to like
my village center.
Interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. I actually have a lunch date that I need to prep for, so I need to get going, and I'm also gonna end stream. But thank you all for watching. Thank you all for coming along. I had a lot of fun. If you ever have any more like KFP game nights and you want someone to like commentate, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I had a lot of fun. But thank you very much, guys. I all hope you have like a wonderful day, evening, whatever. But yeah, take care, and I'll see you all in Discord. So have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much.
All right, so I've said goodbye to everyone. It's over. But yes, like with everybody in the Discord chat, I want to thank everybody for coming along and watching. Thank you. Oh my god, we actually got Kiara to come here and watch. So that was pretty amazing, honestly. So thank you all so much. I hope you all had fun. Look, like I said, I don't organize these things. Unity Chad was the organizer this time around. Unity Chad, Dom, like they did a lot of heavy lifting to, get schedules in line and get everybody together. So, much thanks to them. But yeah, I don't stream regularly or anything, but I don't know, maybe I'll consider it now. People seem to like my commentary. So we'll see how we go. But yeah, I hope you all take care. Thank you so much for coming along. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, day, evening, and yeah, have a good one. Thank you for coming along.